Pluto and Jupiter, these conceptions like that. And science is all leading back to science and these things. I thought I would make class a little fun today because I was listening to some of my favorite conscious community people uh, yesterday. Press one. I had to go down to the basement and talk to and look at the people of under the stairs and see how far they've come along in their mental abilities in science. Press one. So which one of your favorite conscious community people do you think I watch? Which one? Who you think? Hit the like button and subscribe. Who you think? I'll let the audience figure that one out. Who you think I was watching? Giggling. I couldn't believe it. Drinking coffee. I said no. Who you think I'm watching? It's all of the other conscious community people have fallen. It was hilarious. I'll give you a hint. It was very entertaining. It was funny. But I was watching. I went down to the bungalows, press one, and see what the bungalows in a science project was going there. Them niggas is retarded, man. And I was sitting there like I was very interested in what the bungalows, and then what do the bungalows teach? Babylonian nonsense. Just a bunch of. You ever seen a retarded class? Press one where everybody just has to learn to just that's all they learning. How to sit there and not move. They got helmets on and all type of things. Press one. So I just wanted to see where they was at mentally. And boy, was it hilarious. And it just shows the growth of people like myself, you, really you. Y'all been caught up in the conscious community this whole time. And it's good to gauge ourselves from where we used to be. That's why I say hold y'all condemnations. We all came from nothing. So I wanted to see where their growth was. You feel me? And I remember these people. So you know how you like to drive up the old street you used to live on with the bumps on it? That's just like, man, I miss this street. Ain't nothing like LAPD helicopters, 1920 electrical wires, potholes, prostitution in front of church, and gang bangers and smog. Sometimes sometimes you gotta remember where you come from. So here in the metaverse, I went. You feel me though, Wakanda? I went and boy, I gotta show y'all this stuff, man, because I knew it was going on. I didn't want to believe it, but I had to see it with me own eyes. Now I've been watching these characters sell this guy because he said he sacrificed his son to Satan to get into the music industry. And all of this, for some reason, I'm like, Charleston White's in trouble. He's all fucked up. This new guy, 607 Unk. Have you seen him? I was watching, for some reason, Brother Sanchez TV. Shout out to Brother Sanchez. He is the king of the underworld when it comes to trying to ascend, descend, press one, and get up that ladder of knowledge and wisdom. And he has been doing this since Flat Earth and Newt and the ancient teachings of Kemet and all of these ones and things. And he ain't never got no microscope. He ain't never showed the proof or nothing. He ain't got a boat to go to Antarctica to see the ice wall or nothing. So I'm sitting up there watching his goofy ass. I'm in his class. Sometimes you got to go to the retarded class. Like Nipsey said, you got to take 2 steps back to go 10 steps forward. No, I was a student. They didn't know I was watching. Oh, we are. Ooh. And what I've realized is this is the Tower of Babel. And that's why I said I gotta show my class this. Because this is the Tower of Babel personified in today's time. And we were just talking about the wisdom of Nimrod and Prometheus. And what a fine time. God is funny to me. And y'all be thinking, why can't be laughing, thinking everything? Because God is funny to me. I mean, how he just gives it to me like, Kev, sometimes I can't believe it. Like, no. Like, yeah, told you. Who said that? Push button. Told you. Look. It's like a revelation in your mind. It's like the unfolding. Remember I told y'all about the Greek gods that are level ups. And you got to get past their little belief systems to level up in my video game. I'm going to make a video game. Press 1, fuck it. Since they don't believe me. Me and Chat GPT gonna make the video game, nigga. But look, I went to the bungalows. I wanted to see if we can understand their spiritual systems. Press 1. Y'all ready? Yeah, all right. Now y'all know, get y'all notepad out. Y'all know where we are. We light years ahead of these brothers and sisters. Shout out to them. Because there's a splitting of two earths in the frequencies going on right now. Some of y'all gonna be left in the underworld. Press 1. Some of us will go on to a higher frequency. You understand me now? So it's good to look back and see if you're gonna be caught in the lower frequencies or the upper one. Ain't that your language right there? All right. I went to retarded school, which is Brother Sanchez TV. Shout out to them. Make sure y'all support them brothers over there. You feel me? Ain't no beef with my conscious community brothers. My conscious community brother, at first I thought it was, but I was like, Kev, why is you sitting up here arguing with retarded people? And pressing one. I say, what? Right here. Yeah, you don't got, listen. Hit the like button. Why you in the mirror arguing with you retarded? You feel me? That makes you retarded, huh? I had to snap out of it my old fuck up. Yeah, see? I'm not finna sit in the retardation. I'll come to your class, but try to see what you own. Press 1. But there's something called growth. And sometimes you just gotta let it go, like that old great song. Say, I think I better let it go. Looks like another love TKO. Sometimes you just, it's not working no more. The spell isn't working, but I know Unc has a lot to say. See if you can point out the Babylonian language. This is just for comedy relief only. This is entertainment purpose. That's it. Okay? Just for my class. If you a part of them, don't worry. Go on back down to the bungalows where you belong. You can be mad. People are mad about a lot of things on this earth. And one thing I learned about the underworld believers, they be talking the most shit, but can't handle it. They be talking about God and Jesus and haters. They got that hater lisp. There's one. You hit the like button. So this is their new demon. 607 Unc. Not him, that's Sanchez. Shout out to you, brother. This is the other one. So Sanchez and him believe the same thing. It let me know that Unc should be the teacher in the conscious community. At least he's more entertaining. Brother Sanchez, if y'all can deal with him, he is by far the most boring knowledge professor ever created. One in their community. So bear with him. He don't crack a smile. He don't joke with them. He don't know. I think he's a cyborg or something. He don't have no type of life in him. Just hello in the planet earth and this one and that one. So bear with him. But this is my brother Sanchez. Go ahead, brother. Oh, wait. Let me connect this shit because this is important. Hold the fuck up. Press 1. Let me connect my shit. You know them people get to yelling, I can't hear. I can't hear, Kev. Hold up. I got you before it even start. Look, I'm a technician.
Thinking about birthdays, how all them fake ass holidays, all that fake ass shit like Dr. Martin Luther King Day, his ass was fake too. If you
And look how he start. I want y'all to see the spirit in him first. This is all these grown ass men know. Grown men attacking people that they cannot defend themselves.
If all that fake shit, if you live your life in that illusion, then you gonna come back in another body. But next time you might be a bitch. You don't know what.
Yeah, and that's what. That's what I agree with that for sure.
Right,
that's when I walked in on the retarded class. I walked in right here.
Everything that they taught you is kind of like in reverse.
Yep.
So you gotta look at it like that. So
remember, they're Mason brothers, meaning they are the ones in reverse. But keep your mind on them. Keep your eyes on them.
When you die, you come back in a cycle if you live life in a cycle. So if you live life thinking about birthdays, how all them fake ass holidays, all that fake ass shit like Dr. Martin Luther King Day, his ass was fake too. If all that fake shit, if you live your life in that illusion, then you gonna come back in another body. But
if you celebrate Martin Luther King Day and barbecue or any of that, you coming back. Like, okay, for sure.
You might be a bitch. You don't know what you're gonna be. A female, a horse, a dog. I don't know what you're gonna be.
You think we think we may have? Do you think we reach a point where we can have choice over what we want to be, or we be some?
Lieutenant Diane. I was doing what they do to me in my class. What? So I started imagining. I went straight to ham. Holographic associative memory. I said, let me see if this rings a bell. They thought I was praying, but I was really in H. So if I came back as a walrus. Where's one? Lord have mercy.
Something that we don't want to be for our punishment for ignorance.
If you live like
I can't do this. You niggas in trouble. So y'all see them animals that we see? This is former human being.
Life in a cycle. So if you live life thinking about birthdays, how all them fake ass holidays, all that fake ass shit like Dr. Martin Luther King Day, his ass was fake too. If all that fake shit, if you live your life in that illusion,
try to watch this without laughing.
Then you gonna come back in another body. But next time you might be a bitch. You don't know what you're gonna be. A female, a horse, a dog. I don't know what you're gonna be.
You think we think we may have? Do you think we reach a point where we can have choice over what we want to be, or we be something that we don't want to be for our punishment for ignorance or something like that as well? Because the Buddhists.
Let me tell you how it go, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you exactly what happened when you die. Because you already dead now. So let me tell you what's happening right now that you dead. Right. So right now you're hallucinating and you're seeing everything that's in your mind. So right now, the actual soul that's dead doesn't have a body. None of this stuff is real. Yeah. Imagine Earth is like a black canvas. And when the sun shines, that's how the bodies show up. I swear to God, Mom, there's no lie. So Earth is a black canvas. Then you're going to come back in another body. But next time you might be a bitch. You don't know what you're going to be. A female, a horse, a dog. I don't know what you're going to be.
You think we think we may have? Do you think we reach a point where we can have choice over what we want to be, or we be something that we don't want to be for our punishment for ignorance or something like that as well? Because the Buddhists.
Let me tell you how it go, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you exactly what happened when you die.
Because the Buddhists. Because the Buddhists said what? Oh, boy, I wish I could whistle in times like this. Wonder. I'm gonna get this shit one day before I pass on. That's why I'm not afraid to tell y'all what's on my brain, trauma or nothing. I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in the bungalows no more. I'm cool. Y'all got it. Woo! I'm over here asking, what superhero would you be if you could be one? Think back. Think you used the KevRow specialty technique. Ding! Over here don't surpass me. With reincarnation, you can choose to be whatever you want to be. What? You want to be amoeba? Brother, what? And infect this world? Just an old soul. It ain't shit. We just going through a genocide. What's wrong with y'all? But who am I to judge? I'm just sitting in their class for right now. Brother Sanchez, you are hilarious for this shit.
Because you already dead now. So let me tell you what's happening right now that you dead. Right? So right now you hallucinating and you're seeing
This what happens when you don't know jurisprudence. You don't got a dictionary. You don't got a Bible. You don't got law books. You don't got nothing. Just sitting here regurgitating old coded language of the fuck.
Everything that's in your mind. So right now, the actual soul that's dead doesn't have a body. None of this stuff is real. Yeah. Imagine Earth is like a black canvas. And when the sun shines, that's how the bodies show up. I swear to God, Mom, there's no body. So Earth is a black canvas.
Look at Brother Sanchez's face. He happy he heard that. That was deep right there, brother. That's right. That's right. I'm blackballed from their community. Me. That's mine. And me. What the fuck? They let these guys in. That's one.
This is flat. The sun is the projector, sort of like everything to make it look like it's life, but there's no life around. Right? So, what I'm trying to say is this: you can easily manipulate it by waking up to realize that it's an illusion. By realizing that you're already dead, you will come alive.
This is what happened when the bungalows get a hold of King Kevin's book of knowledge and wisdom. These niggas done found King Kev's book of knowledge and wisdom. But what these niggas done ran off and created subdivision. No nigga not dead. I mean black in law. What the hell are you guys doing over there, buddy? See, this is what happened when you don't know law. You can't change law if you don't know it. Press one. Dead nigga. See how far I brought my audience? You dead in Roman civil law. You not dead. For if you was dead, what's the use of salvaging or a resurrection of you? You just dead. Oh, you dead with that knowledge you got in your brain. All that dead man's necromancy occult knowledge to turn you into a zombified person that don't know any law whatsoever, but know all of these Mars and Jupiter and planetary systems of occult behavior. Press one, and you know all this. Hey, I know Malcolm X said some powerful things. One powerful thing he said was, what the hell am I going to learn all of this other things up outer space and I can't even master the laws in which I live to change it and do nothing about it? Where my brain went on the space shuttle? Where y'all going? Y'all don't went into the afterlife because ain't nothing y'all can say can prove it. You gotta be dead or asleep to believe your shit and the American dream. Press one. Just run in his mouth. Now this man said He sacrificed his son to the industry. But now, let me stop. Go ahead.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Come on, man. Bro, man, you think just alike, man. This is dope, man.
For real? Interesting.
Cause check this out, man. You just said something so far now. You said that everything is our mind hallucinating this and playing out. And this is like when they say we're living out our own karma. It's like everything we already did, bad and good, already happened if the past, present, and future.
I'm sorry. I'm not. Yeah. This is what criminals tell themselves in solitary confinement. Press one.
Then already played out. It's just we haven't learned who we are in it all, and that's when everything. Because when you say,
say that again.
Everything to make it look like it's life, but it's no life around, right? So, what I'm trying to say is this.
I'm sorry, ladies. I understand why Planned Parenthood is sometimes only choice. You know, like,
You can easily manipulate it by waking up to realize that it's an illusion. By realizing that you're already dead, you will come alive. That's all I'm trying to say.
Come on, man. Bro, man, you think just alike, man. This is dope, man. Cause check this out, man. You just said something so far now. You said that everything is our mind hallucinating this and playing out. And this is like,
yeah, that's what science did to you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everything happening, you're hallucinating, mushroom eating ass shit.
And that's when everything, because when you say like, you said something on karma, it's like everything we already did, bad and good, already happened if the past, present, and future.
Chris Cook said it's all dope.
Let's check this out, man. You just said something so far now. You said that everything is our mind hallucinating this and playing out. And this is like...
That's called monkey mind. Press one. Damn. Let me see if I got the pictograph that I keep in my chamber for my class. I had to stop going against them and realize they're products of monkey mind. See, it's all a part of the awakening process. See, you're in Universe 25. You have monkey mind, the gateway program, the gate program, all of these things. Press one is relevant. I'm like, wait a minute. So us being dead and black and long, and you have to come out of dead. Not dead zombie walking around. Dead. Mental death. Non-compos mentis. Present one. So beginning to learn law with a great imagination on what the republic and law and where we stand in that, how it's applicable in the world that was given to me today has been one hell of a fucking journey. I can tell you that. Press one, but to see them right now at least making some strive and some progress, Lord have mercy, God bless them.
They say we're living out our own karma. It's like everything we already did, bad and good, already happened if the past, present, and future then already played out.
Monkey.
It's just we haven't learned who we are in it all, and that's when everything, because when you say like, you said something earlier that was...
What do you have to learn? What else do you have to learn? What do you think you're going to awaken to? What do you mean? We got to break this down. When you say we haven't awakened to who we are, what the fuck do you mean by that? Press 1.
Deep, you said if a person don't wake up, then they'll keep reincarnating here. Now, people think that's a game, but I like that Matrix movie. Neo was like everybody in the Matrix until he realized, like, wait, something off. Like, he started to question reality. And when you do that, people will act like you tripping and stuff, like how people do you. I go through that too, man. It start to feel, like the whole world program, but you ain't. But I do think people say, well, what is all this knowledge for, man? What is this? They look at it like a burden. I think this knowledge is a rites of passage for us to make it out of here. Me personally, what you think about that?
I think it's not knowledge, right? I think.
Well, there you go, buddy. Mister, I think just like you. Right? No, it's not knowledge. What the fuck is going on in the community? Let's get back to it. See, I told y'all this is for y'all. We have to watch our brothers and sisters. We have to look after them. They need help. This is hilarious in our class. And I hope they're not in our class seeing us laugh at them this way, because we don't really mean it. But this is KevRow University. And sometimes when waking up from this amnesia trip, rather than be fearful and be in doubt, be like Pac said, like smile. You got nothing to be worried about. You have nothing but a world full of wisdom and knowledge and ways to get back to God. Because them old ways weren't working. And look where it left us. Look at this. This is what the women have to deal with in the conscious community. I see why. Oh my goodness. The black men in the conscious community is the fault of why the women are practicing all of this worsery. This is the reason, because they out of bounds.
We call knowledge is a speck on God's ass. I'm talking about the real God, not the demi.
I can agree.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm stupid, gang. I've been stuck for over 900 years, and I just now figured.
I'm sorry, what? What?
Matrix movie. Neo was like everybody in the Matrix until he realized, like, wait, something off. Like, he started to question reality.
As soon as I'll be like, okay, and be like, damn, bro, where the fuck were you going with that one?
And when you do that, people will act like you tripping and stuff, like how people do you. I go through
how people do you.
Do that too, man. It start to feel, like the whole world program, but you ain't. But I do think people say, well, what is all this knowledge for, man? What is this? They look at it like a burden. I think this knowledge is a rites of passage for us to make it out of here. Me personally, what you think about that?
And tell him he had a higher degree of hell. So let's listen to the more demonic. I think everything you said was bullshit.
I think it's not knowledge, right? I think what we call knowledge is a speck on God's ass. I'm talking about the real God, not the demi.
I can agree.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm stupid, gang. I've been stuck for over 900 years, and I just now figured out a speck that I'm stuck. Right?
Come on.
So there's no knowledge here. The only thing that we can do is kind of like build a ladder, but everybody must climb it themselves.
Wow. Wow.
Shame. 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 Shame.
I told you. They Tower of Babel, they ladder is the Tower of Babel. Where y'all going? And if you learn right here at KevRow University, the non-affiliate program, press 1, you could begin to see through their matrix of lies and where it came from. God didn't create this to be no Matrix 3D hologram for you. That's what they teach. So you can climb the ladder, stairway, in your descension back to fall. That's it. But let's continue on. We just got finished talking about what? The ladder. Their other way of getting into without Christ. So do you see it now? That's why this class is important.
Right? That's the only problem. I can give you a ladder, but you got to climb your way out. And I don't give a fuck if you fall back down as long as I get out.
See? Wow. It's crazy when you find the truth in their shit, right? See, he knows. I'm going to get out using you. See, once I began, people was trying to use me to get out. Without getting to know Kev, the real Kev, the traumatized person who been destroyed on the earth. Press one. Without getting to know the real me. Yeah, you like what the scripture call a thief, trying to take something that you're not ready for, that don't belong to you. Damn.
Yeah, boy.
And they laugh right in their congregation's face. Did you hear what he said? I'm not stepping on anybody to get out of nothing.
This knowledge is a rites of passage for us to make it out of here. Me personally, what you think about that?
See, and that's equivalent to people who are hellbound reaching to get out of their hellish situation using you.
I think it's not knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think what we call knowledge is a speck on God's ass. I'm talking about the real God, not the demi.
I can agree.
You know,
Right,
the speck on God's ass is a reference to kissing the ass of the devil. Don't pretend like I don't know. KevRow. And you know you gotta go ring around the roses of Saturn. Hold on, see, they ain't even knowing. So this is their ritualistic conversation right in front of the audience. So that was a hint at kissing the devil's ass. Facts. So all of y'all do the same thing to get blessed by Satan and to achieve higher realms of consciousness with your silly self.
Stupid, gang. I've been stuck for over 900 years, and I just now figured out a speck that I'm stuck, right?
Come on.
So there's no knowledge here. The only thing that we can do is kind of like build a ladder, but everybody must climb it themselves, right? That's the only problem. I can give you a ladder, but you got to climb your way out. And I don't give a fuck if you fall back down as long as I get out.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, I think a lot of shit that you be saying, be going over a lot of people's head. And
I don't think so.
it be the trigger words and the shock value that make them fall back. But I feel your sentiment, bro. I can hear with the shit you saying, most deaf. Yeah.
That was a real shit right there, Key. Because look, Jesus basically said, save yourself. I say it this way. Every puppet got to cut their own strings. I can't cut yours loose. You can't cut mine loose. Unc is kicking it, man. I'm going to step back and let the panel just throw him stuff so he can activate this download from him. Go ahead. We got to, you know.
What is that one? What you gotta do? Let me see. What you do it again?
Puppet gotta cut their own strings. I can't cut yours loose. You can't cut mine loose. Unc is kicking it, man. I'm going to step back and let the panel just throw him stuff so he can activate this download from him. Go ahead, y'all. Help me. We got to,
summon. Press what we got to, we got to what? We got to say it again.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, I think a lot of shit that you be saying, be going over a lot of people's head, and it be the trigger words and the shock value that make them fall back. But
and a lot of people is like thinking this is like, oh no, they don't know. These is grown ass people, adults. Know nothing of the law, everything of Satan. That's crazy.
I feel your sentiment, bro. I feel with the shit you saying, most depth. Yeah.
That was a real shit right there, Key. Cause look, Jesus basically said, "Save yourself." I say it this way: every puppet gotta cut their own strings. I can't cut yours loose. You can't cut mine loose. Unc is kicking it, man. I'm gonna step back and let the panel just throw him stuff so he can activate this download from him. Go ahead, y'all. Help me. We gotta, keep him flowing on this frequency.
You want to ask some questions? Be here. Salute.
This brother deep, man.
Man, I just want to tell.
Don't tell me you getting your roots into the earth. Oh my goodness, man.
I want to tell Unc, I don't care what anybody says. You ain't crazy, bro. You spit, drop dimes continuously. And, bro, tell me, here's my question to you, Unc. How do you really feel about this reincarnation thing? Can you break that down one more time for us?
Yeah, they just like to rehear and hear and rehear and rehear the same thing that validates their silliness. Just never any chance of learning anything new. And where did they get this from? Tell me.
First of all, if you felt about reincarnation, the problem is you'll get reincarnated. So you kind of like can't feel. You gotta kind of like.
Please, man. Would you
really feel about this reincarnation thing? Can you break that down one more time for us?
First of all, if you felt about reincarnation, the problem is you'll get reincarnated. So you kind of like can't feel. You gotta kind of like observe the cycle. Once I observe the cycle, I kind of think like it's bad, but ain't no such thing as bad. So for the ones that's lost, it's kind of like the people in jail. You know how people in jail and you forget about them after a while, you quit writing them and shit? It's kind of like that. I swear to God, I don't want to sound bad, but for each his own. For everybody to make their bed, they should lie in it. The cycle is only going to trap. The thing about the cycle, it trap bad energy. It don't trap good. So everything in it is bad, gang. It should be trapped in it.
Yep.
This nigga want to keep y'all there.
And that's why, you know what, man, you got to think about it. Even when I...
Flames of the initiate, little ones.
I was in a Christian church, I used to...
What do Jesus and Christian church got to do with what y'all talking about? Why?
Wonder, like, why everybody can't go to heaven? Why...
I told you. Do y'all hear the Babylonian speech pattern?
It's only a select few because it's like heaven is something that can't nobody. You have to do that for yourself. I think heaven is a climb up a stairway, and the people who willing to take that journey, that's who gonna reach the destination.
Well, let me just say something to you about heaven since we own that. And a lot of people don't understand this.
So the top of the Tower of Babel is heaven?
Message. But you don't want to go to heaven. Heaven.
Oh, shit. He just denying everything he's saying. They saying, oh my goodness, Brother Sanchez should just stop. Y'all should just stop. This is senseless, fellas. Y'all don't even agree with each other.
That's why
But then again, you guys do, which is odd, but okay, very demonic.
You know what, man? You got to think about it. Even when I was in the Christian church, I used to wonder, like, why everybody can't go to heaven? Why it's only select few? Because it's like heaven is something that can't nobody. You have to do that for yourself. I think heaven is a climb up a stairway, and the people who willing to take that journey, that's who gonna reach the destination.
Well, let me just say something to you about heaven, since we own that. And a lot of people don't understand this message, but you don't want to go to heaven.
Go ahead, brother.
Heaven was created by a demiurge, by a fake god. The God that created the God of this world was named Sophia. So
By the way, if you have anything terribly...
That's some fuck. There's some fucked up. These individuals here.
Sophia created another god,
Look at them. Look at y'all.
demiurge god. And that god was kind of like locked in a firmament. She locked him in a firmament. When he got locked in his firmament, he created heaven and hell. So it is
Hold on.
a place called heaven. But you have to worship him all day, and all that shit is true.
That's
you
the
don't wanna
false
go there.
heaven.
You don't want to go there. The true
Right,
heaven, the true heaven is a freedom when you wake up from this matrix and you're able to go to the oneness of your creator, which is the real God.
Okay. How do you get there?
Right? Because this guy in this world, he kind of hallucinate. This nigga nuts. He crazy.
Wow.
He think he the only God. But for some reason,
That's crazy.
everybody else believe him. And I don't.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Okay, young lady. What's your question?
I got an answer, hopefully.
All right. So this is DJ Genesis. I've been talking to you. So I practice African spirituality. We
Oh, no.
believe in a deity called Olodumare.
Olodumare. That's Mary. Okay, that's the same one. But okay, watch this one.
And then there's these things that are the Orisha, that are forces of nature that are a part of everyone. So all of the Orisha are a part of everyone. So everything that's a part of you is a part of you. And then there is also, when you come into it,
Huh? Everything that's a part of you is a part of you.
these things that are the Orisha, that are forces of nature that are a part of everyone. So all of the Orisha are a part of everyone. So everything that's a part of you is a part of you. And then there is also, when you come into it, reincarnation.
Okay.
I believe that the Africans knew exactly what you're talking about, along with a lot of native people. These are, what you're saying is actually the beliefs of native people, people that are really in tune with nature. These are the belief systems of the ones that were in tune with nature, knew everything about nature, knew about the trees, knew about how to even live on this earth, right?
Right.
But what happened is that somehow it became unnatural. So now we're living in an unnatural system. And then you get these ideas of a heaven and like these different levels of heaven and this, that, the other. But the bottom line when it comes to natural systems are just, you just go up, you come back down.
I feel like I'm in classroom 666 listening to the students there excel at being more creatively blasphemous. That's all I really feel like I need to shower.
You're a part of nature, you're one with nature, Everything is part of the whole.
Babel, good one. The nothingness, good one.
God is just one, and we're just God experiencing itself.
Huh? Ma'am. See, black women, this y'all gotta come out of Sophia. Wow. This is insane.
Right. A lot of people suggest that we God experiencing Himself in human form. I go against that, man.
This is the adversary, nigga.
I'm probably the only one. I suggest that we got locked in a prison, so like the genetics believe. So I just believe a little bit.
Genetics? Please, God. Not the genetics. He meant the Gnostics. It's spelled G-N. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even be in this classroom. I shouldn't even. I'm sorry. Not the genetics. Write that down. You know when people be trying to read and niggas be like, and then the genetics began to worship, they're like Gnostics. Shut up, nigga, I know how to read. The G is silent. Danielson. Y'all some grown ass people. Y'all should just start over, bro. The genetics, bro. These people in the comment section talking about he on what? He didn't even try to say it correctly. He is found sound in his brain. Genetics. That's a great technological company I think I'm gonna form. Genetics Technology. Oh, that's great for the Latin commercial system. Genetics. I've never heard of that. Even Taquisha would name her son Genetic. Genetica.
Different. I don't believe we experiencing ourselves in shit. This is hell.
Go ahead. Go ahead and show your right.
And we got to get out. I believe the experience is forced on us. It's not something that we chose, and it's something that's put here for a test. It's not
Universe 25, bro. Y'all come on to the bungalows, bro.
A test. It's a trap. And you've been wiped to who you truly is. That's what I believe. And everybody that said it before me, I know that they knew this as well. You got to realize that you're a goddess. And the fact that you are stuck here against your own will, and you are more powerful than the being that held you here. That's what a lot of people don't know. You are more powerful than the God that have you stuck here. But the fact is, you're not that powerful in the body that He put you in. That's kind of like trap your soul. So when people run around holding on to these attachments, this love, this physical stuff, it kind of keep them stuck in this.
Love is the problem, sir. It keeps them stuck. Yeah.
It's earth. So when you talk about reincarnation, that's why I know I'm not God having a human experience, because why would God put Himself through this on purpose? Right?
Well,
this is
can I bring something else to you? Like, listen, I died, okay? I was in a car accident. I died, okay? And now this is another thing. So I went through the whole initiation into Ifa as a priestess. But then there's this other conundrum, right? I died. This is what I really wanted to talk to you about. I died, okay? And I feel like the world I came back to is not the same world.
You already dead. I mean, I gotta tell you, you died probably 900 years ago. What don't you get?
Ooh. They don't want to know no law, no, they show no any jurisprudence. They don't want, hey, what, Mike, don't laugh in the background, bruh. Smitty, blessings, this is, man. Ladies, could y'all imagine dating men like this? They just, you already died. You like, nigga, if you don't get a job, dead people can't get jobs. You're not listening.
So are you dying? So if I like died in a car accident and I like died.
Yeah, you die on top of dying. You're already dead. You've been.
Huh? No. No, stop it. Prove it.
Dead 900 years. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they won't tell you. Every time you die, they wipe your memory. You come back in another body, but you was already dead. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. But you was already dead. Every time you die.
I'm telling you that once you completely wake up, you'll realize that you already dead.
Okay, we gonna pass the mic, bro. Sanchez, you was trying to cut in, and then we got New Orleans East.
Yeah, I think that this place can be both a test and a trap if it's a paradox. I
like that.
Yeah. I knew you would like that, man. You inspired that. Salutes to you, bro. You making me think over here. Because what I was saying when you was talking, I was like, it is a trap if you think on a certain level. Like, it's not a trap for everybody. It's more like, something is trying to filter out the low quality souls or something. You feel me?
This ain't my trap.
Talk to him. Yeah, man. Like, what you think about that though? Like something trying to.
Tracy, thank you. He is a patient on Shutter Island. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. This is the perfect person.
Filter out the cream of the crop out of this.
Universe 25. Time, space, synthetic drugs, innocence, wiped clean, turned demon.
Place is like, I know you saying like it is a trap, and it like school is a trap for a dumbass because you ain't gonna make it out. And
why you not gonna make it out?
You gonna get, but for people who learning they lesson and waking up like us, it was a trap for us, but I think we breaking it at this time. What you think about that, Unc?
Yeah, listen, you just said something to me I think was so smart. I gotta really take time and pause, because I was completely under the realization this is just a prison, that it was no good in it. But I think, and what you just suggested could be true. So, because it could be also a great testing ground for you to control everything you can kind of like control. Mm-hmm. So I kind of like gotta agree with you on that one, and I don't agree with people too often. All right, I don't think I don't agree with my mama, but I'm gonna agree with you on that one. I got
man,
you.
I'm humble, Unc. I got this. I gotta drop a bomb for myself on that one now. Cause y'all know Unc making noise, man. This brother really getting a download from the same forces that I think is inspiring a lot of my downloads.
Okay.
And so I'm real humble, man.
No, I get them after you. Let's be honest. You've been doing it for quite some time. I have to, when they say it's 607 Unc stealing from Sanchez, Yeah, because we download from the same. I got it after you, right? Because when I go back and check, like you just got some message right now. I just got something from you. So I love your.
That's why I don't hang out.
Your spiritual awakeness and your following, because your following come tell me all the time. So I'm your student, brother. Like I want to learn from you, right? I want to learn from that, like everybody else. You done taught a lot of people. I want to be one of those, right? So I humbly tell you this, right?
This is the same knowledge over and over and over and over and over and over. No growth, no nothing, no wait, no jurisprudence, non compos mentis. No acknowledgement of any sources. Where did you get this from? They just say they downloaded it. How? Because your brain is like a supercomputer on Wi-Fi. And they download. And that is the spiritual essence of Wakanda. All of this weird stuff. You have the Tower of Babel, law and order. Jurisprudence, acknowledgement of the republic, demonocracy, necromancy, belief in many gods, the belief in planets as titans and sons of gods, which means fallen angels. Press 1. So all of their knowledge, when you get to the basics of it, is coming from Satan, Satan's knowledge, fallen angels, one of Satan's friends, one of his other friends that fell with him. There's always some guardian archangel you don't made up that belongs to Satan that gives you the same occult meaning of Satan. It's just going to be anti-Christ, anti-law, anti-the republic, anti-growth, anti-conscious, anti-coming alive. It is anti-life. E equals MC squared. Compact, the black box, the cube is in you. Hit that like button and subscribe. That's in you. The demons of the cube exist in your world of acknowledging science and the many gods of it. The whole act of the serpent's knowledge and wisdom is right there planted for you. And it doesn't matter which one is the new guy and which one is the old guy. They're all going to be coming from the aspect of the serpent. No matter if it's Bobby Hemmett or these people over here. Doesn't matter. When you get to dealing in the occult and the demons start working, when you start feeling yourself, you're pretty much brainwashing yourself as they did in the gate program. You are now brainwashing yourself, so everything that you see is going to be coming up in the algorithm anyway. So now you're locked in. You believe in this one. Oh, I got this great power. Is no other power than what they was doing on them trips in the 1950s, the drug revolution, the sex revolution, all of these mushrooms. You guys are the grandchildren of them, children of gangbangers and crack dealers. That's Universe 25. And at Universe 25, we all went to school. Press 1. The only thing about Universe 25 is the schools. I'm talking to those great people at the gate program, students who went through and forgot. I'm talking to y'all. Now, when y'all look back at Universe 25, y'all are the best ones at knowing this is psychological narcissism, high trauma, high abuse, even down to a scientific level. I mean, psychiatric of the black male is off. It is that of a child. Press 1. So y'all the best ones because y'all actually went through the program that was designed for y'all and us in the future, whether it be computers, not time, thinking beyond, outside the box, there's more. Those programs was not given to these ghetto ass kids. And or their parents wasn't even thinking about that type of shit. So on one hand, you got these advanced programs leading into the future. Hopefully a percentage of these kids live and grow to advance society into the future. Little stone builders, per se. Press 1, each one going their each way, colleges and different things, truck driving and traits and degrees, and all is going to build the functions of society. Not bad, just small little things that we was given this world. You know, so why wouldn't you go to school, right? I mean, that's what our parents are. Why wouldn't you want to be a tradesman or a stockbroker or this one? And a lot of people, different things been trained up for. You know what I'm saying? This is a beautiful conversation if you think about it. Going back in time and seeing like, oh, we were the ones that was supposed to, yes, run society, police officers, jail dudes, anything up the societal ladder. You, from those programs, became, depending on how better you were at it, you became higher up in them zoom in the society. You know what I'm saying? Those of you who knew basic mechanical skills, shit, and who at least knew how to get up and work hard, became truck drivers, Caterpillar destruction things that you can mechanical. Everybody got set up in that. What I'm saying is, nobody went and got back at the ones who never made it out the gate program, per se. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what is the mental status of those who was left behind? Because these people in this world, they ain't worried about Jupiter. They just worried about being good society people and maintaining whatever God it is. I mean, at least society, good person, don't do bad things. At least you know that. So you don't end up in jail/hell. Then you got the ones who just are bred, it seems to be criminals. It seems that way. Like they made all these choices, blah, 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 blah. But I said yesterday on the program, what if they took the innocent child out and implanted, you know how they did us in the gate programs? They implanted more technical skill and things of the future. Here, they was implanted what? They wasn't to say what they was implanted. But their mama was implanted with drugs, chemical things that will be within the study realm of what these gate program would be studying. And it looked down on, it's all personal, whatever it is. Some people don't look down on people. But in that same structure, like, oh, this person is on drugs. This person needs help psychiatrically. This person needs to be confined. This person needs to go to jail. Bad person, right? So that's what I'm been studying, like, on that note, like, damn, what happened? You know, and I told y'all, I didn't really have a scientific basis on that until I went to jail and got to shake hands with them and eat with them and sleep and wake up and understand their analogies of this street shit and underworld shit. Like, oh, y'all just don't know. Look, they got holographic associative memory, but these guys are the ones who are filled with trauma and allow the trauma to dictate their experience by their level of discipline. And judging by the jail system, they don't got none. They think they do. And they have a mechanical mother as a sense of care. Mama can't help you. Because you're not a 14 to 17-year-old male. Mama can't help you. You are under the jurisdiction of the state. And because of your good, you alchemically believe that. You can be God in these handcuffs, boy. Doesn't matter. You have no jurisprudence. Everything you do is against God and the law. And that's how they was able to create a lot of us. This what you witnessing here is just another lab rat in Universe 25. Press 1. So the people who went through the GATE program and went on to become great people of society, that is even here in this class, because a lot of people don't even know they was in those type of programs. Y'all was supposed to be the teachers and the new people of society. So don't think of yourself as don't diagnose yourself with anything. You feel me? Just know that's all about society building and getting people to, that's why the military be showing up to a lot of people high schools. They already know you. A lot of it, you sign up. Go ahead. Sign up. You gonna go exactly where you supposed to go. The school is for that alone. Schooling for that. Train you up to be whatever you gonna be. You're not just finna go. They don't want you to just go back and be a nothing. You got to be a productive person in that society for it to even work. So here, take this, graduate. You're learning, you're growing. Get this diploma. You want to go further? Get this degree. Oh yeah, get another one right here. Oh, you're solid. This is what you really want to do. This is your practice. Here's your boom, 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 boom. But they didn't get that. So evaluating Universe 25 in a first person, and going back as like all y'all, I went to school to the last day, so I know you. Y'all went to school. We went to school. They didn't go to school. But God blessed me with going to school, but then still falling through the cracks. Like, what the fuck? But it ended up being a blessing because I know a lot, and I can help the ones God want to help. You feel me? In that sense. So, it's funny. Universe 25 comes with a shitload of characters in our hood, from the whack 100s to so many different people. But remember, these are the people that are the children of the people who was tested on, psychologically left, and a lot of these people looking at these projects of the past were programmed to be that, with drug induced in the communities and the redlining of many communities. It's all happening simultaneously, as if it was a plot by many government agencies to capitalize off of that alone. So we get to that later. I do want to continue this video, but remember, this is the mind frame of people in Universe 25, are the people of the dead, like Michael Jackson was saying.
No bullshit. You enlighten me to be more enlightened.
Man, that mean a lot. This is real. It's a classic moment for me, man. Cause I don't get this a lot from people on your level. That's how I sense the realness from the jump. For real though, because that's how I know a cat is real, bro. You didn't have to do none of that. And that's just some real stuff. You know how many people who ain't as big as you, who have learned from me or may have been inspired, but they won't say that. And I have learned from you since I've started watching your stuff. I think it was meant for the universe for us to come together, and I think the people finna benefit the most now, bro, because the conscious community need a breath of fresh air. You gonna bring it, brother. That's what I think is happening right now with your whole momentum that's going. And I do know that the ancestors is speaking through this, brother. We're in a simulation, and we're not alone. They keep trying to tell us that we're not alone.
I need good teachers. You the teacher. You can teach me that which I know. I get these downloads. I don't understand them, and I say them. You are a teacher. You know. You can teach me to use that which I know, right? So that's why I look up to you in a sense of that, right? And humbly look up to you for that, and wanted you to come down here so I can get my spiritual channel off the ground, all right? Because you've been in this war.
Oh my goodness. Okay. What is Universe 25? It is the greatest experiment known to man. Okay? What is Universe 25? The mouse utopia experiment. Well, it's what you've been living. This is your Morpheus moment. I'm Morpheus and you Neo. You are about to watch this film and you're about to find out what Universe 25 is. but you're also not going to have no excuse. Your homework is to correlate Universe 25 to the black community in the destruction of it. That's the homework. Thank you. Universe 25 is real. It was an experiment that was tested, proved as fact, reproved, and then introduced to the real world and destroyed black community, turned them black, damn it, and got them out of their minds. And in law, that's a terrible thing when a man is not the head of his household. Let's continue on.
Of the strange research to come out of mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the mouse utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States, the language used to describe the results, such as behavior sync, became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of NIMH.
Our world began changing.
So what were the mouse utopia experiments? Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as...
Now you see that? The same people who set out to destroy you, you don't see it, was holding up Save the Grand Canyon. Look, this is the first global protest of you, look. If you aren't part of the solution, you're part of the pollution. Burn it down. You see it? Again, the people of this time were foreigners. That's not pollution back there. That's on fire. You got it? Understanding their media is going to be a task you have to pay attention to.
Shortly after
Beware of the air you breathe.
World War II, a group known collectively as the environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century
Neo-Malthusian. Really?
English scholar Thomas Robert Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian
Told you. You breathing with your big nose. You just too much CO2. I told you.
catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects.
So what did they do?
These fears were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Folkt's Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson.
Man, I'm trying to tell y'all, this is the Aryan takeover shit. Road to Survival sound like some selective, what do they call that, white supremacy? I forget the word.
In 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology.
How to destroy these rats.
ethology,
how to get them in one area and destroy them.
Publishing his first.
Remember, this is the architect. We have destroyed the Matrix 6 times, bro. And they have become efficiently good at it. Look at the newspaper called The Migrant.
First paper on birds when he was 15, but over
Thank you, Todd. It's called natural selection. Thank you.
time, his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to Towson, Maryland, to begin research at Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore, but the research itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over a quarter of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the quarter-acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure a name, Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist. Calhoun was very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this number, the population density would be tight. He began by placing 5 pregnant females in the enclosure, providing ample genetic diversity, and soon the population was increasing exponentially. But then something surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members. He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations. He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this
Sound familiar? Let's keep going.
was, but to prove them, he would need more data. In 1954, about 5 years after his
1954. Okay, they don't want to tell y'all when this really happened. Look, U.S. Department of Wealth, Education, and Welfare, Public Health Services. Okay, these are within the areas of activity, and this is put forth by the United States government, family. This is where genocide and everything else took place. Let's continue on.
Initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team, he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology. His opening paragraph ominously reads,
This is population control, population, the natural selection. We're going to fall if the ice wall is going to collapse. The polar bears are going to fall into the Arctic River. The goddamn whales are going to, and the ozone layer is going to decapitate itself if this doesn't happen. You understand? So since you, Mr. Carbon, let off the most CO2, guess who first?
Thomas Malthus, vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations. Students of the subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment. But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior? Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results. The design of these habitats was simple. The layout was a rectangle measuring 10 feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section was equipped similarly, with a food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But Calhoun, leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making...
Remember, this is the welfare state. This is all of this. Apartment buildings, projects.
The spiral staircase to that pen's...
You get it? Project.
Living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more insidious change was to their food supply. In half of the experiments, Calhoun supplied powdered food, but in the other half he placed feeders of his own design.
See?
Consisting of hard pellets behind a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56, of evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center section.
So the boys died. The women exceedingly outnumbered them.
To eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer pens would wake up and begin guarding their respective territories. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. Try to mate behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's special feeders was taking hold. Since procuring food was such a lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats until, eventually, the rats would refuse to eat unless another rat was present. Since more rats tended to be in the center pens, this behavior meant that, over time, more and more rats made their way there, further condensing them. This heightened the proximity of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rat.
You see? Dumb them down. Behavioral sink. Criminals.
Rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the
they know this. Listen.
Females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and biological activity in the rat.
So watch the behavioral sink. Watch this.
Rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink,
wow. So the women couldn't even take care of the household, and the boys couldn't do nothing without their mamas.
In the rats due to the stress.
Press 1. The mothers lost the ability to take care of the household, and the boys, wait a minute, couldn't do nothing without their mamas. I told you it was a psychological trap. You understand? It's all in their science. So understanding it and understanding what you went through is how this works. The mama's boys, the baby boy, this was all designed. I know y'all see Tyrese in your head right now.
Behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be interrupted in their nest building practices to engage in some other social activity. As time wore on, this led to sparser nests which could not house the young.
Couldn't take care of the kids, mamas and daddy's gone. Daddy wasn't around, probably out committing felonies. Mama wasn't around, probably out committing felonies. The kids is left in the house, alone.
Properly. If a mother decided to move her litter, she often would only move some of them or scatter them about the pen in separate locations.
Wow.
What's more, when female rats are ready to mate, the males can sense it, and the enclosed space meant that a female could not escape the continuous advances of the males during these
just like you. Just like our people.
Periods. Even when they would enter their nests for a reprieve, they would be followed in and harrowed. These factors together resulted in an extremely high infant mortality rate, in one case reaching 96%. For the males, this manifested in different ways. The dominant males would occasionally lash out in violence against the other members of the pen, including infants, often biting and wounding their tails. Among the lower class males were 3 groups. The first he described as the homosexuals.
Told you. I'm in the right field. This is going to wake all of us up.
Which he immediately corrects as pansexuals.
Boom! You were created. You were created, champion. Hit the like button and subscribe. I know it's hard. I know, but I wouldn't be telling you this if God didn't want y'all to know the truth, if Kev didn't want you to know the truth. It's right here. Who
would not compete for status, but would often attempt to mate with any other rat, regardless of gender or...
Fuck them. The complete hypersexual, fuck anything.
Age. Much like in the end pens, these advances went unchallenged. The second group he described as somnambulists, who moved slowly through the pen without interacting with other individuals in any fashion, and the other rats in turn ignored them except in rare circumstances. These rats externally he described as fat, sleek, and healthy looking. But to him, the strangest group was the third, which he named the probers. These rats were hyperactive, hypersexual, and pansexual.
So they was just killers.
Despite violence from the dominant males, they would viciously pursue females in heat, eschewing any sort of courtship ritual and following them into their burrows to mate. Later on in the experiments, they would often find the corpses of the improperly cared for young, which they would cannibalize. In time, one of Calhoun's assistants would publicly describe these pens as hell. At this point, Calhoun ended the experiments.
Damn. What is it called? Hell. You probably in hell already. Your dumb ass is not knowing. That's why I love pop. Because it always relates back to what I study. I study this. You know what I mean? You know, what happened to us? Who did this to us?
Predicted that these pathological changes would have eventually led to the deaths of the colonies. At their conclusion, he would take the 4 healthiest males and females and allow them to breed, but their behavior had been so inexorably altered that none of their pups survived beyond weaning.
Look.
This short article enraptured its US audience, and the effects on both the scientific world and popular culture were immediate. People began to relate Calhoun's rat experiments to modern city life, and in an era where fear of social deviance was reaching an extreme high, it was largely seen as a reflection of the current time and where society could be heading, egged on by Calhoun's provocative language and allegorical design of his test environment, made to look like a city. Population density quickly became a common topic. Psychologist Carl Rogers, in his work Some Social Issues Which Concern...
Psychologist Carl. Remember, I told y'all how the Nazis were all scientists and doctors. In real life, they're occultic psychologists. And it's going to take a lot of help and a lot of real people to help real people.
Me stated that, quote, "The resemblance to human behavior is frightening. In humans, we see poor family relationships, the lack of caring, the complete alienation, the magnetic attraction of overcrowding, the lack of involvement which is so great that it permits people to watch a long, drawn-out murder without so much as calling the police."
I told you, look, you're just watching it. You're just watching it like, oh my goodness. But they notice. Why? Because they did studies on this.
All city dwellers are inhabitants of a behavioral sink.
Look, all city dwellers. I grew up in the city. So of course I will go to Hyde Park Elementary. Of course I will go to the hood schools. Press 1. Of course I would.
Unquote. Soon after, studies of dense urban environments were conducted to see if these effects translated directly to humans, but what they found was inconclusive and unsatisfying. Despite the suggestions of Calhoun's rats, humans in cities reacted differently or sometimes opposite the manner that researchers expected, depending on the location. No matter how they tried, no evidence of a widespread behavioral sink could be found in urban areas.
But guess what? Mr. Gillespie found it. Did not. Press 1. They saying they can't find it. They're excluding themselves. They're saying it didn't happen. You're not a victim of it. I challenge that.
But this did not dissuade Calhoun.
I challenge that. I found the only people who've been done this way has not even been asked, nor do they even know they went through it. They think their history was supposed to be that way. Well, what if I tell you it was a project that designed our lives to be exactly what it is? And these companies and these psychologists and these things are a part of United States history. The wiping of the mind. LSD does that. Embalming fluid does that. Drugs, powdered substances, sugars. We're in their psychological trauma ward center saying help. And they're saying, sure. You're really asking for help, but what you really need, see, I know what you need, another dose of this one. But you're saying, wait a minute, this happened to me. Sure it has. You proved it. Sure we did, but we didn't include your story in that one. So it's not real. It didn't happen. Well, I found it.
Even as others explored the problem of overcrowding, Calhoun frantically continued his research. Now a celebrated success and emboldened by the public acceptance of his ideas,
These are all Nazis, remember? Y'all forgot. Bruh. Y'all forgot. This is the devil. Don't he look like the devil? The colonel? The chicken guy on they clone Tyrone? This is who created all of your gods for you in your psychological trauma center. This is how you break at them. You gotta get them like this one. They're gonna kill themselves. Remember genocide. Give them the guns and the dope and then step back and watch them kill each other. Damn. Look at his ears. This is Satan. Look.
His work at NIM on an even larger scale, though again away from the public eye. He spent his time on new subjects as he continued to perfect his enclosures and experiments until finally, after 11 years, Calhoun revealed his magnum opus through an article he entitled Death Squared, which was published in the
Press 1. I told you. I told you I was gonna get it, didn't I? But didn't I? I told you. Anti-life equation. Got it. KevRow. I want to thank those who supported this broadcast from the beginning, champion. Of course, many come, many go, but we ain't never touched on this. We already broke this down. The Black Holocaust is real, and it's all associated. So I need people to help me wake up so many people when dealing with Death Square. And a lot of people didn't think we knew. Well, we didn't know it to that, but this is that we kind of guessed it. It has to be Death Square. But that's the name of it. Kev, can I call? Of course you can. 424-209-9506. And then the drugs was put there, but to suppress your, what do they call that? When you are less than? Just to keep that right there for you to know that you're like nothing, like a subordinate. So, Death Square, let me see. 424-209-9506. Let me see what this is. What up,
sir?
What up, champ?
Hey, I just want to call and say thank you, bro. Thank you.
What happened?
The reason I'm saying thank you, man, these last couple days, like these conversations you've been having with B, and like mainly though yesterday when they were talking about like that GATE program.
Yes.
That joint like kind of like resonated with me in a different type of way, and I had one of those moments. Yesterday.
Right.
But I was a part of that GNT program in school, and I went to, you know what I mean? I told you I had like a real crazy like childhood. Like I went to a lot of different elementary schools. I went to, you know what I mean, a lot of different middle schools. Only went to one high school. But I was always in that program, and my life was always like kind of directed. And I never knew why. But can I kind of try to explain what like some of the things that I remember from like the GNT program and like the past?
No, I'm talking about Death Square. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
All right.
See, the GATE program and things of that nature and what people experience is one thing. What I'm saying is the GATE program and the Gateway program and Universe 25 are all connected. Now, the GATE program was for advanced students. Trauma and things of that nature happens at home.
Indeed.
So yeah, so studying Deaf Square and things like that, I just want to keep my conversation on the science of it and let people know, because everybody got trauma, but I don't want people to confuse the GATE program with some form of mind manipulation program and things of that nature. The mind manipulation program that I'm talking about is the drugs and stuff that was inserted inside of our communities, and the gateway to extracting and getting them out of their minds. You know, the GATE program was something that happened at school, and I don't want to spend too much time in the conspiracy of it all. I'd rather spend time with helping those who are caught in Death Square mentally, stuck, gone, dead, and can't see. So rather than there'll be time for that, trapped in trauma and things of that nature. But I want to focus on what we're talking about right now. Anything towards that?
Yes, sir. Death Square is definitely a real thing, like you've been showing us, and just following along, and how it can be used to cause memory loss and a temporal death, and people lose their sense of reality when they go through that, and they lose a whole sense of time by the time that they come out of it, and everything that they
Death
lost.
Square is
I'm talking about as far as drugs.
On behavioral systems. It is a laboratory of brain evaluation and behavior. Death Square, a mind-altering process that went into every project in America dealing with our people. How is very unique. When, who, what, where, when, and why. But I don't want to be personal on this show. I really want to keep it within the realm of what we discussed. And thank you for the call, champ.
All right.
My man. All right. Yeah, you got to be. I'm talking about something else at the moment. We was talking about that yesterday, and I tell people when I'm live talking about a subject, call in on that subject, and when it's time to get interpersonal and things of that nature, there's many stories, and there's going to be a time for that. Press 1, but I can't fall into trauma stories before time. You got to be able to understand Death Square. I've talked about Death Square before. Years ago. Which is a beautiful thing. I've talked about these things. We've had time to get interpersonal. I got my own trauma life I had to get over, and this is not the energy pulling show. This is where we're here to learn and grow. After we talked about this before. Look, I'm going to prove it to you. Remember this? This is a year and a half, 2 years ago. It's called The Scientific Look at Universe 25 from a young black male. Operation Thug Life. Press 1. Damn. So I did this before. I did this. I studied this. You had to go through Universe 25, not the GATE program. Oh no. The people of the GATE program are going to help me help those who need help. That's what you're going to do by learning what I'm teaching here. You're not the victim. They are. There's 3 different types of rats. The ones that ate good, stayed out the way. The pansexuals and then the other ones who was worse, pansexuals and deceiver. Those other ones that just ate good, stayed out the way. Catholic means universal. There you go. Raised as a Catholic. Blacks raised as Catholics. Let me hear you. Blacks raised, now that's some shit right there. But I did this years ago. Look.
Grabbing our children, man.
Look.
Grabbing our sons and teaching them.
This is a 4.5-hour lecture. Press 1. This is a 4.5-hour lecture.
It's the end of.
What is the science behind Universe 25?
This is a very well-known story.
And they don't even. Revelation.
See? I can put this on.
Events, perhaps involving some form of.
I can literally put this on as a lecture. 4.5 hours long. A scientific look at Universe 25 from a young black male's perspective. Operation Thug Life. Damn. I've been saying this. Y'all was around then when I said it 2 years ago. Taj, what do you understand now that you didn't understand then? Well, you must need to watch this right here, right here.
Away the wax tablet.
Hey, listen, I guess you need to watch a scientific look at Universe 25 from a young black male, Operation Thug Life. See? See, when I get in my messages, we already talked about this, Kev. You did this. And boom, Death Square. And guess how many of these I have? I have about 10 lectures on Death Square in Universe 25. 10 of them. So am I looking for the gifted and people in the gift program to, oh, this is what I've been through. Oh no, you got it good. You was trained up right. It's the ones who was left behind. The ones who was really given holographic memory. The ones who was really given the drugs. The ones who was really the criminals. Really. And you're going to help me, because this whole time, y'all was supposed to be studying the Universe 25 from a black male's perspective. Y'all supposed to be doing your homework. See? Because this is a university. It's coming back around. When you're trying to live somebody else's image, yeah, you are dead. No, it's not. That's not, trying to live somebody else's image mean you need to sit down and work on yourself. Work on you and look at what God given you. To be dead is to be civilly dead. You either dead in the ground or you're civilly dead. Don't come over here trying to be be no type of bullshit ass coach over here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. That's why I'm straight like that. You're civilly dead. Y'all stuck in the meta. You stuck in the science of it. When you be stuck in, you should be in a logical, practical side and having a spirit, not a synthetic mind of this one and that one. If you've been put through these programs, you're in a good space. It's the ones that I've met. It's the ones that I saw that had no idea of this space. You in the gifted program right here at KevRow University. What's that program called? Yeah, you in that one. You're gifted here. You're gifted here. Oh no, y'all not victims here. No, I'm not a victim and you're not a victim. So you got two lives. Press 1. You gonna choose to be a superhero or you not? You're gonna be in a cowardly space forever. Remember, you the one that can't speak, not me. And remember, they walked in here and said what? What's the thing he walked in here and said? All you gotta do is go back and watch The Matrix since y'all love the movie. Watch that. Watch it. This you. It's you.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson. It seems that you've been living two lives.
Two of them.
In one life, you're Thomas A. Anderson, program writer for a respectable software company. You have a social security number, you pay your taxes, and you help your landlady carry out her garbage. The other life is lived in computers, where you go by the hacker alias Neo and are guilty of virtually every computer crime we have a law for. One of these lives has a future, and one of them does not.
And one of them does not. You either gonna be or you not. You're either gonna be caught up in the world of that one, that's on you. I'm choosing to help those who are true victims of white supremacy. True victims. And if you're a student here, you got an obligation to know how to walk upright and speak so that you are a beacon of some light when new students arrive who are like, I've experienced this, and you can help them grow. Your job ain't to be here for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, taking for granted knowledge that you should be passing on to new students. Y'all supposed to be on the, y'all supposed to be on the air with me, teaching law, not victimization, law. I'm not here to talk about the gay program and what they did that you can't remember. I'm here to talk about the gate and the gateway program of Universe 25 and the destruction of the black male and how they were moved and casted to the side here in America. And not all black people was done.
Unknown caller.
Done that way. Press 1. Not all black people are dead in law. Not all black people are. Hit that like button and
what?
subscribe. You on the air? What up?
What's the deal? Who's this?
Kev, you on the air? What up?
What's the deal, man? I'm caught a little bit off guard.
Yeah, you
I don't know
off
how
guard.
I got on the air.
Yeah.
Only because you called me.
Yeah,
and then
I did.
I called this number back.
Yeah, that's funny, huh?
Man, no, that is funny
Yeah, it
because
is funny.
I've been wanting to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Because do you remember, this was a couple weeks ago, and I text you, I said I'm in Brazil. Do you remember somebody saying that to you?
Nope.
Okay, my bad. Well, I was in Brazil, bro, and when I got back home from Brazil.
Who is this?
My name is Matthew.
Oh, this is Rico.
No, this is Matthew.
Oh, Matthew. Okay, go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, yeah. So I was in Brazil, right? And I was watching your broadcast while you was in Brazil. And you were talking about
while you was in Brazil, not me.
Hey, man, my bad, bro. I misspoke. But while I was there, you were talking a lot about a lot of things like you always do. And what I appreciate about you is that I think that you are a man of understanding.
Sir, great. I don't care about being a man of understanding. Are you comprehending? I don't care about that. Press 1. Look at him. God. Caught. Look at him.
Unknown caller.
I know, it's cool, brother. It's cool. I don't want your number. It's cool. Thank you, champ. Thank you, champ. Let me put that to the side. That's your number. Got you. Got you. Let me block you now. Now I got you. It's amazing when you let it all go. Press 1. What happens? When you let it all go, what shows up, family? You see? Our bang 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 bang. See? How'd you get this number? Interesting response, right? Can't even dwell in our class. Press 1. You just a great man at press 1 understanding, and I was thinking about if you smell with the rock, you feel me? All of them. Huh? They like, what? Who? I was thinking about live on the air. Look, what's your name? Matthew. That's right. That's right. Lose the persona. Press 1. That's blessed. That's right. Stay right there. Don't even try to get it back. Stay right there. That's the real you. Stay right there. Press 1. Don't try to man up and try to be the other guy of ham. Don't do that. I'm not going to allow that. You are now free. G14, G15 classified. G14, G15 classified. Facts. They just don't like to be helped. That's all. I had to realize that our people are very ignorant. You feel me? Sometimes you got to bless them with and then leave them there. Don't let them fight and get their little demon back or nothing. Just leave them there and seal it up. That's it. Now he's good. Now go off and be something in your life. So yeah, it seems he was living 2 lives. Press 1, Benjamin. See? 1 on the computer. It seems you've been living in a dream.
Help your lender carry out a respectable software company. It seems that you've been living 2 lives.
Mr. Anderson?
In one life, you're Thomas A. Anderson, program writer for a respectable software company. You have a social security number, you pay your taxes, and you help your landlady carry out her garbage. The other life is lived in computers.
Peasant, we know you.
Go by the hacker alias Neo, guilty of virtually every crime we have a law for. One of these lives has a future.
You hear me, boy?
One of them does not.
Hey, listen.
I'm going to be as forthcoming as I can be, Mr. Anderson.
Man, out
You're
Egyptian
here
gods.
because we need
I'm
your
just
help.
saying. Deep, trying to see how I can relate with the people just a little bit more. And we got some great topics at hand. Manly P. Hall, the psychosis of Freemasonry, and all that good stuff. Helping the Mason, the children of the eternal flame, see the deception in it. That's great work. That's great work. Helping the Pan-Africans see in the Aboriginal, and also, you know, the ones who are in the federalized black program, FBA, helping them see as well. We tried to tell y'all, Pentagon babies versus babies kids. And y'all went to school, y'all got degrees, y'all became some of yourselves, y'all went all the way in the bub. Y'all was the best to ever do it. But one thing y'all forgot was God. Press 1, y'all joined them fraternities, y'all joined gangs. It turned innocent beings into self-serving criminal within the law. Not the funny little laws y'all tried to amend and make up and make for yourself in this grand Tower of Babel. God damn, I'm good. Damn, pop dude. Damn, busting them up. Remember, we ain't graduate shit, so there is no excuse. That's right. We ain't graduate shit, and I've been trying to get this in my head. Why? How did y'all take the course of action? You know, I'll sit and watch. Janiqua Jenkinson, come get your diploma. Where you going? I'm going to Cal Dominguez. I'm going to USC. I'm going to go study psychotherapy and psychology, and I'm going to be a veterinarian. What I got to study? Psychology. You're in 101 through 115. I gotta study that. And in my off time, I'm gonna study witchery and occultic principles because guess what? It's all affiliated. You know what I'm saying? How could I relate this with these people? I don't try many approaches, and you know we got some good traction. How y'all done became all these things, and you should have became something in your life. And then wonder why Pookie and Ray Ray tripping over there with money bags up their head. They stuck on you. They didn't even go to school. They just your ass at work mad. You know, God said, meanwhile, you a whole witch and a warlock. So what God said? They doing everything they was taught by y'all gods of the dead. Verse 1, they God said this is true. This is right. It don't get no righter. That's the God you taught them in the Matrix. Press 1. Mama said, I'm going to call it the mama said spell because that's what it is. Psychotrauma. I've been trying to see, is it religion or is it a false form of spirituality? Well, we got to that conclusion in the KevRow Theoretical School of Science. Found out your whole spiritual practice is based off of alchemy and what you learned at school concerning how the universe works. Hello, press 1, you've been under a cold spell this whole time. Cold. Now you know you's a monkey because you've been told what to think, and you just better use sign language and express yourself that way. A lot of us grew up, you know, and shout out to the people who did become successful in their lives. It's not your fault. It's just the way the world works. It's not anything special. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that Cash App, get y'all shout outs. for entering today's classroom. Shout out to you guys who's already in the Cash App. 10 minutes, I got y'all. But yeah, today's subject matter is awesome because I've realized the things that we were taught from school and carried on to our adulthood was yesterday the arts and crafts of Freemasonry. Now, how are we going to talk about that today? Why? Well, so you grow up and be future builders of the portal to the underworld and be Antichrist. What else, folks? Press one. And to think you all knowledgeable in the sciences and within the degrees they giving you. At school, Illuminati head, wake up. Stop looking external and trying to blame the Illuminati on somebody else, like dead people like Rockefeller and a different foundation. You is a little Freemason yourself because you've also taken the wisdom and knowledge of that other tree and went on to evolution and the Big Bang, and now Elon Musk is trying to get out the aquarium with his rocket ship, and you still believe these people because you believe in science. Who taught you this? School. You didn't know science before that. You knew imagination. You was an innocent person who corrupted man and turned man into a self-serving beast is the question. And I'm telling you, we got the body. So when I say things like that, you need to know exactly what I mean, not just press one. The expression part of this university is going to be done by you, the student, the moderators, the people who are trapped in trauma. Press one. My classroom, because that's what we are. Trapped in little compartmentalized versions of ourselves, waiting to get mad and turn into some big ass kids and face judgment right away. Press one. Right away. To turn your ass into a beast and do all types of wild things. But we've been facing this trauma since we was kids. That's why y'all fuck with me. Because I display my traumas on the surface. And a lot of people are afraid to do that. They're afraid to go there. And I appreciate those. I hope I offer encouragement to those. I hope I'm a beacon of facing fears to those who need it. You know, because I can look at it like I hide myself. But why? Why? Because when I hide myself and still face my fears, is still a sense of relief and belief and faith. And why only show you part of transition when I can show you the whole thing? You feel me? So being real and being true to yourself is very important. And being vulnerable, keyword vulnerable, to yourself is submission to something greater than you. You know? And all God wants is for us to cry out, of course, as always. But we got this thing. I've noticed that our generation, we love church. We love like Bible study, like going to school, but not at school, like programming. In fact, church and Bible study was quite opposite of school because you learning not science but the Word of God. So you got the left brain and the white and the holographic side of your brain, the right side. Confliction, because we're in school, we learning science, but also we going to church at a young age, kind of like in Bible study. You feel me? And boom, we getting a real dose of the Word, and I think we probably be the last generation that actually do that. I don't know. that wasn't embarrassing and shame to be like, oh, I got Sunday school, I got Thursday, what is it, Bible study and stuff like that. So that to me, that's a splitting of the mind. You got church and then you got science. You got school over here, where church used to be school, but you got church over here teaching you theology in a sense, and then you go to school and learn all areas of activity in which the devil's control. Do you feel me though? Universe 25, do you feel me, dead folk? I know you do. You got left and right brain. Now you got good and evil in your brain. Which one? And right down the middle, the holographic reality is going on. But who did that to you? Because your eyes is going to create it. And you wonder why all these niggas is the way that they are. Well, maybe the science of it all overwhelmed them. But the regret after the science overwhelms them and tricks them in that 9 areas of activity, it's much remorse because they remember God. But they remember God when they were innocent. Like, who turned you into this? That pork. I'm a doctor. I'm not just a professor. I'm a psychological reverse engineering spiritualist. So all of us was kind of like open to the different sciences of alchemy, sciences of the universe at school. Am I right? All of it. Animals. But you're not taught the word at school. In fact, you are taught everything that the Freemason world of building blocks in Babylon will give you high credit score for. Press 1. Damn. Great job. Great. And you looked at in the family as somebody important. Probably got a good life, good wife. Hit the like button and subscribe. Real estate, all type of shit. Y'all involved in so much of the areas of activity, you start to believe it. And that is the blessings of Satan. Saturn. The black cube. Student of degree. See ya. University. This is highly intellectuals in the ghetto. That's what my class is. This is KevRow. This is not for the ones who got degrees and put cats on their head, and if you are, in the bungalow. Because we don't need your outbursts. Sometimes y'all be like, I can't take it. I mean this. I studied my whole life. Great, man. There's nothing about studying. Y'all be in y'all feelings. I'm not taking nothing away from you and your contributions to the world. Go on in the world and continue to build the blocks that make you and people like y'all successful. I'm talking to those who didn't fit in, who don't fit in, who don't really understand why they didn't. Not you. We the non-affiliates. Press 1. Y'all go on with y'all little clubs and stuff and science communities, and I'm not talking to y'all. I'm talking to the people who watch the Boondocks and the Simpsons. I ain't even talking to y'all no more. And y'all went on. We was lazy, remember? And y'all niggas who play video games and the conspiracy, y'all was doing the. We ain't do nothing. I ain't even talking to y'all. Feel me? Sometimes you got to take 10 steps back, cube head. I'm press 1 to take 2. Sometimes you got to take 2 steps back to take 10 forward, or maybe 2 forward, or just to break even. Who knows? It's not a class of feelings and emotions and stuff like. I mean, there is, because we got Rico and then we got Francois and many people who are emotionally charged by. Press 1. I sure appreciate my students. I sure appreciate my students. What can I say? What can I? So, when you grow in knowledge and you get to the degrees in college, and you know it's in college, well, here come the fraternities. You were in many fraternities in coming up. You probably didn't know it, but you was already growing in knowledge because you know about the universe. If you know the sun, then Mercury, then Pluto, then Earth, or however the category goes, you was a Freemason. You was a baby, infant, minor mason, builder, stone builder. And because you ain't made it far enough, that would made you incompetent by law. Black person under Roman civil law. I'm black and I'm proud. Go ahead then, show you right, Ray Ray. All the black people believe in the gods of the dead. It ain't no coincidence. Gods of the dead is sick of you. Osiris, all of them, they mad at you. What the fuck is y'all doing? They retirement is up and you playing. That's one. Motherfuckers up for retirement. And your ass sitting up here alive talking like you want to be down here. And there's one in the cosmos of the galactic universe. Hit the like button and subscribe. All the teachings of this flat earth. You got Brother Sanchez over there like, the earth is flat. Oh, the high knowledge of the Kaaba and the birth rate of the mother womb is how the black woman is God, and this one and that one, and there's too much knowledge for y'all. You're tripping. Now, one of the things that they talking about can help them. They can stay like this for 1,000,000 years. They'll never grow in consciousness, knowledge. In Asia, sometimes they gotta pluck them up off the ground and bury them because they were sitting there for 90 years, still in the same position, stuck, frozen in time. Guess what? Facts. You're gonna be growing in knowledge of the world. And the knowledge of the world is a vain imagination. It's a vain deception. So again, when did this happen to us? When did they begin to mind control the 80s babies? And what were they teaching them? Hit the like button and subscribe. I'm talking to Universe 25. I'm helping them. I'm talking to us. What happened to you? Who tainted you? Okay? And what did they taint you with in the world? Matrix, forever in the womb of the mother. Wow. Wow. See? Y'all sitting up here watching the Matrix and don't even know what it is. Y'all watch the beginning when the world is a place and you've been pulled over your eyes right in front of you. Oh, that's a good movie. And press one. They're talking to you. You was born in it. Who taught you this? Wasn't the television. You learned the control grid and how to be a hypnotic, psychopathic college graduate. Press one. In school. Not church. God didn't teach you none of this. In fact, God told you to stay away from all of it. But you believe the scientists who deceived the whole world in sin. Now you believe the moon worship stuff. You believe all of these. I'm sitting up here like, why? And what's my purpose? What do I have to do? Well, I found out what I got to do. See, I got to wake you up to the fact that you love the Matrix. And you stuck in the Matrix. But not, and that's okay, because that's all you know. But who taught you this? To go against God. And when did it happen? When we was kids, we was taught scripture, at Bible study, and we went to school. You can't serve two masters. First and foremost. Oh, first and foremost, you can't serve two masters. So, the serving goes hand in hand with being taught the initiation practices of the building blocks, the stoneworks. The next one's up, who gonna keep the knowledge going all the way up until AI hit you upside the head, like in the Matrix. All the way up until AI hit you upside the head. So where did this happen? What is the control mechanism in the Matrix? So this is how we learn here. Down here. Right here, right here. Who controls your mind in this world of science are the gods of the dead. And you with me, right? And all of the gods of the dead and the worship of them and the praising of them from start to finish happens in the mind. Enter Ham. H-A-M. Holographic associative memory. So, they opened you up to portals in the mind, activating your pineal gland, belief in the underworld, scientific through science, bridging the underworld with mankind. They don't want a stairway to heaven. They want to open the door of hell. So you think you moving up and up and up and up and up and up. And you're really descending, descending, and descending, descending, and descending. The more you think of how godly and knowledge you are of attaining that you are God, the deeper in the pit you go. Why? Because the grand architect, that's why. So, you're opened up to many things. Hit that like button and subscribe. Shout out to the $3 contribution, Bocat. Shout out to the $25 contribution, Jason Harris, this morning on this podcast. Also, Mrs. Payton, Tasha Payton, somewhere in the building. So, the gateway to the door and pits of hell all lies into the beast's nature of man. You get it? And how to get Adam to go against God and keep him there. You don't learn that at church. You learn that in school. With flying colors. With flying colors. You hear me? Then your spiritual base is scientifically quantified. Now you into new age belief, where you not only God, but all of you are Christ. And that's because you was told this at a very young age. You wasn't told, you was taught it. So you tell yourself, it's a suggestive deception. Come learn this. It's not just a kabah. It's embedded in the society. And it's going to prevail evil over good. The whole plan of Lucifer and the Luciferians is to deceive the world into believing that they are like the Most High because of their high sciences, and it's not going to be hard. Their alchemy, their calculus, their history. And we're just here uncovering it all. It's all a lie. Destroying the falsehoods of the false gods. You see? It's all lies. Who taught us that? Well, it goes all the way back to the beginning stages of, I say, Universe 25 schools. Press 1. Remember, not only all of the people that graduated, what about all of the gifted people? Remember them? What happened to the gifted people? They grew up and became fraternal order. You see how this works? And we're talking by statistical breakdown. That's how the government chooses what order you're going to be in. You see? Give me them grades. A. This person is excelling and dominating in here. Let's give them a test here in the world of legality. See if they can manipulate it and see what equations they come up with. Boom. You just solved the whole equation. That's how we can get their ass. Look. And they're filtering y'all out in that whole grand tower of Babel, which takes place in the mind. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? So I figured, what worked for me? So when I went to jail, I'm in hell pretty much. These are the bottom of the barrel, the thugs, the niggas. And I realized the way I spoke to my brothers and the way they awakened was damn near scientific. So it had me thinking a long time, what did I do to see the innocence in their eyes and their faces and their tears and their regret? And so they became pretty much test subjects of Mr. Gillespie. Press 1, because they can be tough in all that other areas of activity, but when it's time to be real in it's themselves, what unlocks that? You know what I'm saying? And I found out things about myself in asking why, what did I do? You know what I'm saying? And I had to be honest with myself. I saw the innocence in my brothers, and that changed my life, my personal life. Like, whoa. Because I seen how many people was victims of the Matrix. I mean, rows of them. Niggas. By number, endless nigga. Hallways and hallways and hallways. Niggas. I said, there's more niggas underground in jail? Yeah. I never would have believed that. I would have never believed how many people are victims of white supremacy. Never. Aryan nation. Being black. 13th and 14th Amendment. Convict leasing. Oh, I would have never believed it. It would have took me 20 lifetimes. When I had to see it for myself, like, damn. You know, ask myself, what did I do to tap into that? Where a person is just being convicted and looking at, and no, being convicted and given life, or 40 years, or 30 years, or third strike. And none on that one. I started realizing these brothers believe in the gods of the dead. The system itself is necromancy. And they believe in the gods of the dead. Damn. Pharaohs and Greek gods and Osiris's and we are gods and that's deep. That's deep. Which set their spiritual basis of right and wrong, but all of their gods were science-based. You feel me say it? See, now I'm playing alchemy in real life. All of y'all gods are science-based. Whack 100s to Nipsey Hussles. Gods of the dead. Big U to Puffy Combs. Whoa, okay. When we was in church, we didn't believe that. Press one. When we was young and in Bible study as children, we didn't know Osiris and Alpha Kappa. We didn't know fraternity and ritualistic behavior. We was afraid of that as children. We was like, oh, watch out for this one. But we had to go to school, right? Whew. But we had to go to school, which opened the mind and opened the door, see, portal to underworld occult knowledge and wisdom, and who can calculate it the best, and who can scientifically prove it the best, and which potion here, and which alchemical balance here, and all of that was chemistry and occultic. And here we are, as an observer, thinking that it's science, and we're doing something because it created a puff of smoke, or a bright light, or some form, and all of that is taken from Eastern philosophies and Hindu, old Arabian, and things. When I look at it, these are all the things that the Bible, when we was young, was warning us of, was like the boogeyman. And here we are, like, no, the boogeyman ain't real. No, I did that, and that's fake. The Bible lied. That's how you turn in the junior in college. Oh, that's not true. You know why? Because I got secret occult knowledge. I'm not going to tell you, but I know some form of knowledge. You need to come on down with me to the knowledge program. Right. You're already open. You believe in the universe. Well, I believe in God and the Bible. We got that one too. There's a class for you right there. Come on down. Since you're already open, what choice? Man, I just want to go to heaven. Don't worry, there's many ways to heaven. What? Yeah, man, look at this one. You just read the Bible. See, that's just a little bit part of the truth. There's nothing to persuade an open person who doesn't have the armor of the Word of God with him. Now you wide open. Now you thinking about it. Walking up the street with it in your brain. Knowing next Tuesday is coming, you signed up. And then now you believe in the gods of the dead. There's many gods. I am God. All of it is chakra based. It's all in the body. See, it's right here. And then there's 33 vertebrae. My bad, y'all. But it's true. And we're like climbing this old Masonic ladder, thinking we're building some tower to do what? Knock on God's door? And when he open the door, what you gonna do? Because you guilty. Step right on in. No, you wanted that. You can't get to the God of the Father without the Son. And not the belief in the moon and the sun, because that's a kotek. See? And the white Jesus is the equivalent to the sun in Greek. So it's all of this is a kotek. So as a child of God, firstborn, you're supposed to be indoctrinated with this, and then grow up being a Latino, a disciple of Rome, preaching by way of 501 3C or C3 to get a tax break for teaching the teachings of occult knowledge paid and authorized by Rome itself. Good job. And that's what I've noticed since I've been here as a nothing as person. See, I got a perception too. And it's like, yeah, I got a scientific theory too. Press what? So, what happened? And what was the process of this? And it all started, a long time ago at school. And a lot of people probably didn't know that. And then the really dumb ones, like myself, the really have-nots who slipped through the crack, who couldn't perform, great. Oh, don't think you got away with nothing. You was the perfect one. You's the one who rejects the knowledge of this one right here. You don't want to do this one? Well, here. Come to this class right here. Now, take these shapes and do something with them. Pick up that pencil. You see that? I want you to make for me. What's on the other side of this card? What's on the other side? Guess. And guess hard. Here, listen to this sound. Here, look at this picture. What do you see? A lady with a pearl necklace? Now, if I turn it this way, what is it? It's an old lady. Exactly. Now, see, you didn't even know. Daddy said in front of the world. My mama thought I was retarded, had me in retarded class, had me thinking I was gifted. Where all my used to be gifted people at? The bungalows. What happened to you when you was a kid? All of the people of the GATE program. You remember the GATE program? Yeah, you. You remember that? Remember you don't remember. You remember. You were special, but ignorant in a way. Were those highly intelligent that thought they was in a retarded class? Them. Those are the ones that was being seeked out by the government. Them right there. No, the smart ones, no, they doing what they supposed to. It's the ones that is rejecting. I want to know why. Here, drink this. That'll loosen up the neuron balance. We'll test them next week. Here, drink this. He'll forget about they even had these shapes in their hand. Here, have this. Have on lollipops. Here. So not only are you participating in these programs, your memory of these programs have been erased. Or have they? been locked in a box the whole time, which created a holographic perception of the gods they'd sealed for you within those boxes, are multiverses of illusions. Press one. You just watching Kev make sense of it all, but it's your turn. So you grew up, parents put you in schools, and was just happy to say you was gifted around family members. But in real life, you probably was in an MK Ultra mind control program disguised as gate. Now, what does gate have to do with that? Well, there's the gateway process. See, you're not a sleeper cell for Russia. You're a sleeper cell for Satan. Damn. All of what you was taught was in school was solidifying the concrete facts of your Greek and gods of the dead, which is all witchcraft. Y'all don't scientifically proving it without even proving it. Y'all proving it to yourself. And all of those gods was planted inside of you at school. You will learn the later teachings of Jupiter, Mars, Saturn later. But if you got the foundation is set, that'd make the job a lot easier because you know what planets are. You know you was born in what constellation. See, that is the gateway antichrist, anti-life program. How to turn Adam against God so we can amend the laws and have Adam praising our gods and we rule over him as his God. You see? And we'll scientifically break that down and prove it to him and them that they are inferior to us. You hear me, boy? So the whole lie is given to you at school. And the higher you move up in the degrees, the more of the Greek gods you're going to get your favorite dose of, like cartoon characters. And you're going to believe in their gods by way of cartoon characters too. I mean, it's all a part of it. It just makes Manly P. Hall that much more seductive to you. You see? These teachings of occult knowledge will feel like it's real knowledge. But in a blind world, the one-eyed man is king, champion. Well, I'm here to wake you up because the one-eyed man is not the king. You got me? Charleston White? Never mind. Hit that like button and subscribe. So, everything we've been taught in school validated the sisters' participation in occult knowledge, and they're great at it. Why? Because they excelled at school in science and alchemy and in psychology. Those three components made them witches. Oh, excuse me. They made them that character on Moana at the end. The one that was throwing lava balls at everybody, looking like a mad black woman, mad at every goddamn, that right there. Turned her into a wicked witch who thinks she is God over Adam and the inheritance is hers. You see? So it'll translate in your family dynamic as well. Sometimes the mama got to teach you came out this, and you brought you in this world. I'll take you out. Who say that? Your father? Your father never said that to you. You see, that's not a saying that's known coming from dads. Oh, that's her mad control. And that's what the Matrix is. The black women are used to keep what they learn to keep you under control. You're a patient in this world. She's your handler who know mystical practices and psychology. You just better play football and basketball and bring it all the way back to me. She is highly intellectual in psychology and spirituality, which is truly alchemy. Sage burn. So her spiritual basis is psychology. She don't have to burn incense to get there. Okay? That's just the theatric of it. She needs an excuse, like the serpent did it. Sage, I knew them Greek gods told me the wrong thing. No, that was you. Oh, the plan didn't go as well because you didn't map it out correctly. No, the spell must have went wrong. No, the spell didn't go wrong. You just believed that the spell was almighty. That's all. You don't believe in God. You believe in alchemic principles of ancient gods and Greek philosophies. And you've taught that to the innocent boys, in which confuses them and causes transhumanism. Now, they don't know what they want to be, boys, girls, they don't know what they like. Because of how the alchemic process is designed to destroy Adam and turn him away from God, make him a blasphemy to God. Whatever he got to do, he must not be of God. Taint him. Make him bad. Do something to him, psychology. And you know I'm telling the truth. Hold on, where's my camera? Because most women don't even know how to keep a man to this day. The only way they keep a man is playing. Now watch this. Don't get in your feelings, fellas, validate. Is by manipulating Adam's feelings and throwing his whole mental off, causing him to error in life. And y'all just be like, yeah, you shouldn't have did it. The psychological gaslighting narcissist people, women, and it don't created narcissistic women who feel like they have a stronghold. That's why you see them all over the television saying what? No, men like this, you need to satisfy them this way, and all of us are different. Y'all stop making it seem like y'all know us now that Kevin Samuels is dead. Press 1. Oh, we got it right all of a sudden at the age of can't bear children. See? Psychologist, doctor, this one, that one. These are mind control, hypnotic folk to keep Cam Newton in line, to keep Mr. Gillespie in line, to keep every male in order and in line. And I hope I make sense. I hope nobody in their feelings, because I'm trying to be as delicate as I can. Y'all know me. I get to talking about the 500 million, and I don't think y'all want to have the McDonald's type of conversations dealing with Margaret Sanger. So really, you going to accept this truth. Yeah, that's God gave me that. You going to accept this truth. Okay. That's right. You ain't gonna learn today, Marley. No, not Marley. One Mike. You want to know how the black man is the prize? The man on the grind is the prize. You better come over here and work. You got to be the head of your household, not hi. I was just wondering, pop. But you been with me for 5 years, pop. Anyway, nigga, you bullshitting. You gotta Eve is acceptable to what? Horoscope, magic, spirituality, the serpent, being deceived. That can't happen with you as the head of your household. That cannot happen unless you just don't have the armor of God. It happened to them niggas who like to shave their beards and eyebrows and get them braids will line up and like to sit around like they the man, but then their lives are just terrible. It's feministic. Like they get their nails done going too far. They turn into Babylonian princes of Egypt. Press one. So, no, full of masculinity, but all feminine. You know, and we got to start bringing some truth to that. We got to start bringing some truth to that. I need all 176 people to hit that like button and subscribe. So in school, we was taught these things, which developed into gods as we graduated. And we became believers in how to communicate with those gods. I mean, the wind blow when I do these rituals, and you've tricked yourself into believing it. But it was all inserted inside of you, is what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying. This is the truth you gotta accept. Or you don't. You can go back to sleep. Is those gods and those spiritual practices that was put inside of you are not real. They are dead gods in dead languages of the past, deceptive nations that were destroyed. You can't put those back together to defy God. The God that destroyed those kingdoms is going. Gotta have that healthy left brain and right brain modality. Left and right brain. Who told you that there was a left and right brain? Who told you that? The same one who told you that, and when you believed it, he told you, when you said, what's on the left side? This one, logic and reason. What's on this side? Space and time. And what's that one? You ever seen the planet Mercury? No, I'll show you right. Come on to class. You're supposed to have a whole mind. You have one mind. See? You cannot be split-minded. Pluto, that teaching you just gave is you King Pluto. Let's look up the Pluto. Let's look up the god of Pluto. See? This is how easy this is. Don't come in here playing. I don't play. The god of Pluto. I'm glad you typing. Okay? The god is a Rome. Pluto is the god of the underworld. Told you. You worship Pluto. You worship death again. You not finna puff daddy your way into my good graces. Don't type like you understand what I'm saying. Your thought process is the problem. Your thought process is the problem. You talk too much. You talk too much. And you're not even a student. See? Now watch this. They say, wow, Kev, why you go hard? Because the King Pluto is the devil. And that's who talking in my chat room. So let's go to who you are. Google. The god of Pluto. The god in Roman mythology, Pluto is the god of the other world, equivalent to the god. You Satan. Hail Satan. Now don't block him because he been here. I want them to know. See? Don't come over here talking when you're a Luciferian. I'm not here to play with you. His Greek counterpart is Hades, the ruler of the underworld. the son of the Titan, Saturn, Kronos, the one-eyed God. You don't believe in Christ. See? You wouldn't even came up with that in your scientific brain. So don't try to shimmy. You are a child of the eternal flame. I can tell by your name. You are named after your father. See? So the individual itself is the entity. And the entity shifts because there's so many people who's connected with the entity on these belief systems that they can play and shimmy and like I'm talking to them. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the students who have been with me this whole time and the students who gonna come. But change your name, Satan. See, you don't want the king of Pluto at your front door. You playing. You afraid. That's who rule over you. Satan. And you're afraid of Satan. To show your allegiance, you name yourself. But Satan don't even want to be Satan. So you did it for nothing. You don't even know what Satan is. It's you. Beast. God of the underworld. Where you at, my child? Where you at? See? You don't have a seat here. See? I got all this great truth to help you, Pluto, but you don't even have a seat here. You don't know what I'm talking about. You just want to type things in the chat room to make it seem like you do, like the real Satan. A false beacon of light to take from the real light and protrude and masquerade around like they know something. Wolves in sheep clothing. Press 1. So that's why I only communicate with my students who I know have been working at trying to come out of this program. Press 1. And these different gods that are associated with y'all mentals and y'all spiritual practices of alchemy to validate which God you believe in, you're not going to fly. Because those gods are associated with your mind. Those are all false gods right in here. And you activate them by way of the Ham Project. Bunch of sigils, a bunch of Masonic coding, the Masons' language, the Masons' marks, the sigil magic. And what this does is hypnotize the individual into believing it. So now it's real to them. They don't have no backing, can't prove it, had no prophecy, and can't go back and check the history on nothing. But now they hypnotized. What I'm telling you is, you've been hypnotized since the GATE program, since you was a kid. And you don't remember, like me, for instance. Sometimes it take crazy, sometimes you gotta sit down and think about your life in a way. I'm gonna use myself as a reference. I went back, I'm gonna tell you how weird my life is. I went back and it got me talking about this stuff now because I know a lot of people out there. I don't remember my childhood. Press 1. I don't remember the stories my family tells me about my childhood, from who this person is to who that person is. I've pretty much had to figure this out myself because my family is controlled by women, psychotherapists as folk who gaslight and come together on rooms and shit. Plus one, and they don't like when Adam speak because it's questioning their reality, my reality, or your personal, and they come down hard on that, which officially makes them gaslighters. Hit that like button. So, I don't remember my childhood. I don't remember my mom at an early age or nothing like that, and things of that nature. I do remember being in school a lot, but it's very like weird. It's always been weird, like two different types of lives for me, and I've been in deep thought, like damn, I had to start young. Like, what elementary school did I go to? I had to begin to remember. And I had to remember my elementary schools. I'm like, damn, I went to Hyde Park Elementary, but I also went to a valley school called Shirley Avenue Elementary School. But then I was like, what junior high school I went to? That's odd. I went to two different, but I went to Horseman Junior High School with the A-Trays and the 6 O's. But then I went to a Valley Junior High School. So I went to two different places of academic as a child. You get what I'm saying? Let alone my high schools was too different. But I remember that. I'm going back further what I can't remember. Like, why did I have two different elementary schools and two different junior high schools? And I didn't want to ask that question to nobody in my family. I said, I'm going to ask my classroom because it deals with what we're talking about right now and what we've been talking about. And when did these two things happen? People don't go in two different districts. Like, that doesn't make sense. And they ain't going to make up something. I don't even want to ask them. Press 1. I want to talk to y'all because y'all know that's weird. So I had to start to remember, like, damn, what was it like at these other schools and these other schools? These schools over here was more like one-on-one. Like, not one-on-one, but like very like challenging. But not challenging in the sense of math equations or nothing like that. More like shapes and sounds and numbers. And I had to remember, like, nigga, you was in the gay program with us? Damn, wait. How was I in the gay program when I was in the hood? I had no gay program. Wait. When the fuck did I go to elementary school over there? But I remember every school I went to. That school, that school. That school, that junior high, that junior high. I know the teachers at these schools. Like, what? I remember my favorite teacher. She used to be so calming. And I used to go to sleep in her class. What do you mean go to sleep? She used to be like, after story time, we're going to take a nap. So after reading these books of great imagination, she'll put us to sleep. And I'll be gone. Like, I'm a sleeper too. But it wasn't like a sleep. It was like a refreshing sleep, which lets me know, wait a minute. It got me thinking, could we have been hypnotized at young ages? Yeah. And never, like, woken up? Yeah, because hypnotism is dealing with the unlocking of the mind and keeping you in the refractor, in the box. Because we universe 25. Now I'm trying to think, why are my niggas in a box like this? You know? And it had me, like, even thinking about my old life, like, damn. Like Tupac said, they planted seeds and they hatched, sparking the flame. Inside my mind, like a match, such a dirty game. No memories, just a misery. Painting a picture of my enemies killing me in my sleep. Do you understand that? As a gifted person. And that's why we love pop. because he was in here with us. He understood that. Damn, I just thought about that. Just hit me like a musical note, like damn. But yeah, so they gave us and raised us under these occult practices and knowledges and these false senses and believing on the image of God and all of this cross stuff when this is really beast, and scripture is warning us this whole time. So I had to come to the realization, oh, I got to get back to the innocence. If that means starting over as an adult and coming out the world or going back into the world with this, I'm fine with that. But let that be the foundation. And I encourage people to really evaluate their lives. I'm just telling you from my perspective what I, encounter and why I have so much faith. Because we was taught these things of different gods in this one. And it's provable and backed up by my foundation and belief in science. But to the contrary, the scripture is telling me, bro. So it's like we were raised in this, but and which one are you going to give way too more? Because, from my understanding, you can't serve two masters. One of them got to go. One of them got to go. You can be, one of them got to go. So, my theoretical equation at this point is they programmed us as children with all the sequence codes to unlocking our door to becoming beasts and openly blaspheming and rejecting the Father's word and instruction and his return, and knowing that this is a historical, prophetic book that is going to come to pass, and what's got you locked in that bubble is you. And you got to get out of there, King Pluto. Press 1. You got to get out of there. Everybody is in the underworld mentally. Whether you Greek, Roman, Egyptian, doesn't matter. They implanted Pluto in you with Disney. Pluto, the dog. Disney taught you everything you need to know about space, your history. Did you know the Disney, never mind, they created all the theater of war and got it all on, that's Walt Disney and the CIA and stuff. They created this for you. Pentagon babies versus the rejected babies kids. You see? You feel me, Bocat? Pop Deuce? I appreciate that, Kev. I'm honestly here to learn. I'm glad you are. I'm gonna teach you. I'm not blocking nobody. I'm just here to teach. What a person get from it, I hope that it unlocks and their fears, and they have to face them. You're going to face Pluto, because Pluto needs you to believe. No, let me X that out. You need to believe in Pluto. Can you defeat Pluto and be you? Can you defeat Hades? Could you rise again because you know who running you? Could you rise above the idol who don't talk and don't move and can't do nothing but a stick and stone? It's up to you. I'm telling you, just like Christ told you don't eat pork and cast the spirit in those pigs, I'm telling you don't accept the ham program. Because it's cursed. And I don't believe in their gods. You got it? I have enough knowledge and sense in me to know that all the knowledge that I got is glory to the scripture and what was laid out right there. not to Pluto, not to the ancestors, not to my mama, not to my father, my dad, not to nobody in my family or nobody out here. Because I know. They don't know what I know. They neglected this. You see? They neglected and rejected this, so I come to the people with it. So when I say, that's your name, Pluto, I don't mean that's who you really are. But this is where your truth come. You have to beat Serapis Bey, Pluto, Hecate, the god of the underworld, the moon god, Sin. You got to do that. This is what's in your head. But it's really plutonium. Press 1. Now let's go to plutonium. I think that's how you spell it. Look. Plutonium symbol, atomic number 94. Look. Nuclear bomb. Look. Element symbol Pu, atomic number. Look, bro. You learned this in school and solidified it when you graduated. So they made it, you gonna study and prove it first. Now you gonna believe in Spider-Man because you know it's real. How you know? Because science is real. Okay, so King Pluto, King Nuclear Bomb. That's what you're saying. King of the destroyed family, the nuclear family. You see? It's connected to you. And that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry you got to be the example today, King Pluto. Please accept the role. It's part of class. We can hug and shake hands after class. Smoke a blunt. I help you realize this is a teachable moment. We all do this. Look, the 94 crime bill. Destruction of the black family. You see what I'm saying? That's my students. King Pluto. Look at my students. It's 94 crime bill. Destruction of the black family. Now, we're not attacking you, Pluto. Actually, I thank you for even showing up because you got us on the right track. You can't figure out your gods in the alchemical and chemical basis of what y'all believe. Oh, he changed his name. Good job, my baby. Now you're a part of history here at the Row. You know what I'm saying? But I get it, though. You're not the only one. It's a lot of us, like sisters, they call themselves Queen, Empress of Sekhmet, and this one and this one. All of this is alchemically their belief system is combining these and this one and that one. It's all Greek gods, but it's all Ham in the mind. They don't want to see Sekhmet. That mean they dead. They don't really want to see Pluto. I mean, you dead. But they got you to believe in that you're dead, right? Now let's go to carbon base. Y'all talking about the man of sin, right? Carbon. Look. Ain't you carbon? You're the man of sin. The thing is to turn you into carbon by way of your belief in the scientific theories that they've constructed for you. The more you believe in that, the more black you become, carbon man, because they don't believe in God. The thing is to get you to not believe and to become an outright rejected stone so you can be amazing. You got it? It's mind games on top of mind games. The ultimate goal is reverse psychology. Satan's trick is reverse psychology. It's to get you openly to do it. That's it. That's it. And what is carbon? Shine bright like a diamond. Press 1, and I told you, you come from carbon. You was grounded up. The anti-life equation is in the fabric of Earth. Black man, and you're alchemically at the bottom for a reason. You're the most demonic. You're the most cursed. And the religions of the world, even yours, keep you cursed. Because you didn't put all your trust in the word and try to figure it out legally how to be free. You're looking for amended laws of Roman law that keeps you dead and under the power of dead God. You see how that works? So it's psychological. This whole thing is, when God is raising his people from the dead, it's from this psychological dead state. You see? And your belief in God's come from this psychological deception. And all of their gods are in your brain. And when you think of being against them, it's like Chuck Norris about to kick your ass. White supremacy is the gods of the dead. That's your gods. Now, how you gonna want everlasting life when you want everlasting death and claim black in Roman law and you fight for it and you free? God gave you the republic. He gave you the republic. And you can't get it back? Why? Alchemy. And when you study that, you study the amending of God's law. You're rejected. And when you're rejected, God give the blessings to who? Foreigners. Until you get right, you have to come out of Mary. Come out of the womb. Press 1, hit the like button, and subscribe. You have to come out of Mary time so that the laws manifest. You know how you manifest things like in the movie The Secret? Press 1. Shout out to Richard for that $5. Press 1. Shout out to BoCat for that $3. Shout out to Jason Harris for that $25. Y'all been a blessing. Thank y'all for contributing and being shouted out to in front of the class. You know, shout out to y'all. But this is where the renewable energy is coming from, the carbon. So when they say it's too much CO2 on the air, that's too much niggas. Remember? You carbon. It's too much you. Remember? When they say, you messing up the ozone layer with your big nose? Because you're a carbon. Don't you get it? I'm told you they're going to genocide you. Their science is telling you it's too much carbon. Elon Musk is throwing the Aryan Nation genocide salute right in front of you. And you think 607 Unc is telling you the truth. I'm sorry, I have to include y'all favorite people. Hit the like button. But you got to understand, scientifically, you're in hell. And you're dirt, but not the dirt of the ground. You're the dirt of carbon. You're the dust in that sense. Now here you are saying, we the dust of the earth. We carbon. We manifest in the universe. Oh, really? We melanated. They don't got a whole philosophy. Did you know the black woman can have babies by herself through mitochondrial DNA? Yeah, because we broke down the zictrons. That's one. And we give things to Metatron, like Kendrick Lamar said. See? Let's wake up, family. Ain't too many more ways you can go. Science is your religion. And you have to figure out how you're in hell. You got to figure it out. And you're in hell mentally because you believe in, you got a split mind. You get it? That's an illusion. That's a grand deception. Those gods aren't real. In essence, you can't use this as an excuse because you thought they was real. No. You're replacing you're making gods out of alchemical chemicals and the way chemistry is set up. You get it? So your God is science and spell work in this one, but it's all science. KevRow, hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to open up the phone line time. 424-209-9506. Let me gauge and see if we got anything that the people want to ask or anything of that nature. Because I'm taking my time. I want to teach appropriately. I want people to understand. They're teaching in the young Pharaoh world to go a certain way. I'm teaching this over here. They got their conscious Christ community, and we got our community of justice. Press 1 and quantum theory and whatever else we want. So you don't got to be afraid. This is just, I know why you say you're carbon. Well, carbon empowers the world. Diamonds are created from carbon. Our people was turned into pig iron and carbon. So yeah, you carbon. And you going to accept your genocide. Just like the Matrix. And you can't get no lawyer. Why? Because you can't speak. That's why. Because the men of this world cannot speak. They are under the power of their gods that they believe in. Well, the longer you take and you can't speak, the more these women gon' rule over you. 'Cause I don't care. Damn, huh? It's not a wheel looped you live in. You live in a cube. Hit that like button and subscribe. Put that number up there. Let me see who called in first. Just need to know if anything sparked your interest in this conversation. Hit that like button and subscribe. No, because you need to know. You can't possibly understand everything I'm saying. It can't possibly. You need to understand. So what I meant by what? Let's go. They program your gods in your head. Why you talking about the white man did this and the white man did that? Hit the like button, subscribe, and call it in. See, the responsibility is on you. You don't want reparation. You don't want to be free. You're afraid. You want somebody else to do it for you. Oh, no. Oh, no. My ham process is funny as hell because it's funny as it relieves itself from my life. Just no attachment. Free. You got to let it all go, Leo. Press one. Fear, doubt. Everything you was programmed. Remember? Here, let me help you with Morpheus. I mean, Morpheus gonna tell you, press one. You gotta let it all go, man. The whole matrix is there to keep you under control and turn you into a battery. What's that? A cell. Put you in a battery. In a cell. You black and brown people, put you in a cell and charge you. Okay, 94 crime bill. Like my audience said, 424-209-9506 if you need to call. Hold on. Y'all really taking the fun out of this? Damn. 424-209-95. What the fuck are we learning here? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
That's all you stuck in, bro. Hermetics and alchemical principles. And last time, bro, my phone wasn't clear, but I want to speak clearly, brother. Again, your people didn't create the Virginia Company. You know, King James created the Virginia Company. He created the Plymouth Company. He created he got ownership of the Dutch East India Company. So I'm just trying to.
Yeah, this is like my last day. Y'all, if y'all not gonna participate, then there's no use to me teaching you anything. Anything. I mean, I'm totally tapped out of Coffee and Kush TV on the air.
Why are you running from the truth? Why you don't want the people to hear the truth? Bro?
I don't have time. I don't have time anymore.
You got time. You got time.
I don't got time. I don't got time. I'm out of time. And I wish you the best in all of your endeavors. I'm not in the mood of like playing with grown ass men who ain't got nothing to do. I'd rather talk to people who are committed to God. That's it, and that's all. KevRow University on the air.
Hey, sir, it's Forrest Glory. How are you?
Oh, blessings to you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So you got me thinking about childhood and how you were talking about like the GATE program and, you know, students being pulled out of class and stuff. And so just really briefly, I only remember being pulled out of class one time. And it was as far as reading was concerned. And it was a lady, it was a black lady that we went in the classroom with. And she had like this Afrocentricness about her. I remember her having like a little turban thing on and like this flowy dress thing. And I only went there one time, but I remember as a kid feeling really left out because other students would go with her all the time. And so she had a name. They called her the Sugar Lady. I'm like, you telling us like, think back. I'm like sitting here thinking now. And they were like, oh, you're going with the sugar lady. And I always felt really like left out, like, dang, like I only went there one time. And you know what I'm saying? Like these other students get to go out of class all the time. And it's like this big thing, I guess, that they're special children. So definitely feeling very rejected, you know, second, third grade, because, you know, you don't get to go with this lady who everyone loves to hug.
Right.
And, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So just kind of thinking back on that was very interesting. And then I think like thinking of her attire and kind of how she carried herself. Now I realize, oh, wow, she was probably more like into like African studies and things like that. And maybe I just didn't accept, you know, maybe what was being said as a child. I don't know, because I don't really remember exactly what happened, you know, when we did go. But I remember going to like this little outside mobile home like trailer thing. And yeah, so I don't know, maybe I'll have to think, you know, deeper and back some more, but that's definitely a thought in remembering, like never going back with those other students as a child. So I wanted to call in, of course, because no one else was calling in, and I heard as I was trying to call in Rico on the phone. I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely got to call in.
Yeah, yeah. If people aren't learning, I'm out of here. I don't get paid. I don't get paid enough. Shit, and I ain't getting stressed out. Yeah, I ain't getting stressed out. I'm at a different study to where I've realized he's suffering from a bad sense of ham and all of this stuff in his brain. And,
most definitely.
And I'm trying to clarify where these concepts of these different gods come from a psychological standpoint, a logical place here on Shutter Island. And the input, it goes further beyond going to see the candy lady, because they always have something sweet, the sugar lady, some type of drink or something. But that drink was probably an eraser of what the fuck really was going on. Like, who knows what you was really learning. But the moral of what I'm trying to say is all of these foreign gods were given to us as children at school. And as we grew in grades, aka degrees, and it solidified the science fact that the gods live above us. What do you think about that?
Right. So I will say this. So, as far as science is concerned, especially like the different gods, celestial bodies, planets, things like that, I thought that, I'm going to be honest, I thought I was an idiot in school because I didn't really understand the whole concept of planets. I remember getting grades about planets. I would get D's and F's on it. I guess maybe it was not clicking. It wasn't connecting for me. And I was like, okay, I just am not smart in this area. And, you know, it's something that you kind of accept. But I think me homeschooling now, my children, and recognizing how early on they put these celestial things into the education. Because, of course, I try to filter things out. So I'm like, oh, no, we're not doing star logic. And what is this? You know, like these are things that I'm pulling out of, you know, curriculum. Like, oh, no, we're not doing that. So it's like you see that, like, wow, like they're starting them very young. And you just think, oh, these are little simple activities. But really, like you said, it's filtering them into different worship of different gods and kind of upholding those principles that make it where you are trusting the philosophies of men as opposed to the word of God. So I agree wholeheartedly that it starts very young. And I think as adults, as parents, as, you know, people who encourage other, you know, people or students, whatever you do, you have to be mindful as well that we aren't also exposing them, you know, haphazardly to things and just saying like, oh, it's not a big deal. No, there's no reason my child should be doing star logic at such and such years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not necessary. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you understood, like, where you go to Bible study at an early age, and then you go to school in total confliction. So you're learning science here, and alchemic and balances, and all of this is Eastern mythology and occultic in a sense.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely remember that, and knowing that, like, the church that I went to, we just read the Bible. You know, my pastor as a child, he said, what saith the scripture? That's one thing that is seared in my mind. What saith the scripture? That's it. we didn't do a whole lot of extra stuff. He just wanted you to read the Bible. And so then you go to school and you have a 7th grade teacher who is so in love with mythology, and she's doing all the voices and telling you all the, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
She's telling you the Minotaur and this, and she is just, theatrical with it, and you're looking at her like,
the
what
best
is wrong
ever, the
with
best
you?
science teachers ever I made it through, but I get what you're saying.
I'm telling you, yeah. So it's like you remember these things. So then when you're saying, wow, so you go to church and then you're going to school. And so it's like almost like a seesaw, a teetering of trying to figure out, which way you're supposed to go or what things are true. And so it can be very, very susceptible for children. Absolutely.
Oh, well, all the way up into adulthood. So everyone.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Everyone has had their mind split because we all went to class. We all understood it and became open as we got older. A lot of people became, the better they got at that, they became of the fraternal orders of the world, controlling and building the blocks of civilization.
And idolatry. Yes, sir. You are spot on, and I think that you do an amazing job of reminding us as adults that there's still that childlike mind and the innocence that's still there. Like, go back to that and remember, okay, it's okay to unlearn all the things that you thought you knew, for the sake of making sure that what you're doing is not contrary to God's word and not passing it along to anybody else, by your own actions and stuff.
It could be it's a mind control program. How do they do it?
Oh, yeah.
It's easy to say, get back to God's word or something, but you're talking to a people who have been mind controlled under the degrees under the coat of Saturn, the black sun.
Yes, sir.
And the degrees of that thereof. They don't know God.
Right. The only thing that I can say is listen to KevRow and listen with an honest heart. I'm serious. I don't have any answer for anybody. I'm not about to sit here and pretend and try to formulate in my mind, what I think the appropriate answer is, because I myself, I'm still unlearning things, and I know that it's only because of your teaching and this classroom that I'm able to think with a clearer mind than what I did before coming here. So the only thing that I could tell anybody new or even old, whatever you thought life was, and what you were taught before, if it does not line up with what is being taught here, then just chuck it, just throw it out, because I know that you are making sure that you reveal things that are true, that you reveal it in a way that's simple and plain. So if somebody hears it and they don't want to receive it, then that's simply they don't want to receive it. It's not where you're like trying to make things confusing for people or make things hidden. It's very plain and very in your face. It's just either an acceptance of, wow, I believed in a lie before hearing this, and now do I accept this truth and apply it and make sure that I tuck it away and, it replace that lie that was once there? Or, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I see it. So the answer is KevRow all day long.
Well, thank you for the call.
Just
go to KevRow. Thank you. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yeah, just go to KevRow. Yeah, Kev will tell you. Well, yeah, I mean, in the hologram, this is what I'm saying. You see this degree on this diagram on the where it says hologram. That's where they had to implement their gods in the nucleus, in the nuclear. You see that? And boom. Once you can get the universal mind to accept their version, the hologram is then fused with their reality. So let's say God hologram, real illusion. If you can get them to believe in the hologram will sit right on top of the real, like a republic and a democrat and a democracy. How the democracy sits on the republic. The hologram will sit on your mind, because every time you think of something concerning it, you're going to see a Greek god. Or it's going to show in your brain as this one. Oh, that's going to remind you, and then you're going to instantly adapt to Antichrist. Oh, that's the god of Horus. Or that's this one. And that's all underworld. Underworld, in this sense, is underworld, dead. Dead knowledge, dead language. So you're going into, what did the Hebrews say? And what did the Phoenicians believe this because it was transcribed? All that is dead. I tried to tell y'all, all those Abrahamic faiths is the fall of Adam, is the reason why he fell. Remember King Solomon, they had to get into alchemy to do this. That's what all those stories about King Solomon getting overran by demons and it drove him mad. You see Rico? It's driven him mad. And he's just going further and further and on and on. You know what now? Your people wasn't this. Who am I? I'm Kevin. You see what I'm saying? Your people wasn't this. He's so caught up in trying to prove me wrong. He's going further and further and further down the rabbit hole of some holographic experience he's having. I'm dealing in reality. You see what I'm saying? I'm dealing with right now. What were we in? What were we in? Who put time and space to go this way, counterclockwise? And then who made the hologram go counterclockwise so that in the black hole / white hole, a switch can be made? Where good becomes evil, or the dead becomes living, and the living become the dead. Who did that to your brain? And who did that to us? And why are you afraid to speak? You must have went on and got your degree somewhere. And even if you did, you should understand what I'm saying. So they made the hologram, and we're gonna get to the why. We got holography and lasers and great conversations on how the eyes view the world and how far can the eyes really see. Is the world
unknown caller?
How is the world constructed, and to make within your eyes believable, and all these different sciences and alchemic principles that has been placed on your mind as a child. You got it? KevRow University.
Alchemical principles, bro. All right.
Calm down. Okay, you got to talk slow and talk reasonable. I'm waiting for another caller, so you got a small window of opportunity. Take your time. It's a shame you got so many numbers in your life, but take your time or I will be cutting you off because we are very focused. Go ahead.
But I'm saying though, you bring in all of these teachings about.
I didn't bring in no teachings. The teachings are already in my students' brains. They already there. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not doing nothing but helping them see what I've been through. And hopefully they say, dang, that makes sense, or it don't make sense. Could you please make some sense?
You was the redeemer. You was the advocate yesterday, though. You just said you was the advocate and the redeemer. So by bloodline, I'm saying, how are you that advocate and redeemer?
Sir, I don't know why you keep talking about bloodline and genealogy and things of this nature. Let me go to the scripture about genealogy. So you in the fake, press 1, in the fake Hebrews and the people of knowledge. You feel me? Get that Bible verse for me. Thank you. Now, anything else? You're very annoying. You're very annoying.
Advocate.
What is it?
But look, again, I misspoke yesterday when I said something about the joint stock company that your folks.
We're not talking about that. Why you keep talking about my folks? I don't have nothing. You talking about my folks? My folks is in the chat room. What you talking about, my folks? You so consumed with the wrong things. My folks is right here in this chat room. We coming out of our state. Let us be us. What's wrong with you? Anyway, Titus 3:9. Avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, dissensions, and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable and worthless. Now, what you say now? Tell me again.
So the law not important?
Titus 3:9. Avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, in dissensions and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable. Thank you for your time, champion. You don't really have anything to say. KevRow University, what's your name? Where you calling from? Are you there? Caller. Wait a minute. Caller, are you there? I'm just waiting. I guess it wasn't.
Hello?
All right. Okay,
Hello?
I got
Hello?
you. You on the air. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, Kill, this B calling in, B from Texas.
Go ahead, B. What's on your mind, champ?
Man, just listening to the show, and you said a lot of stuff that got me thinking. Even when the subject of dealing with school and the mind control or the programming, how they put these gods in our head.
Go ahead.
And they all use science.
Go ahead.
They all use science.
That makes
so
sense.
Science is, yes sir, they all use science. I was thinking about when it comes with the mythology, even the history, it still go back to their science.
So their science proves their gods. A belief in their science, I'll wait till B keep cutting out, is the belief in their gods. You cannot serve two masters. KevRow University, you back on.
Yes, sir. You can hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, like you said, you can't serve two masters. You're going to love one or hate the other, like the scriptures say. And just based on like the show the other day and what you're talking about today, they all got, they call it spiritual science, whether it's African spiritual science, Egyptian, Greek.
Facts on facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's Babylonian. It like go back to like we was talking about before, the Tower of Babel and a spiritual science.
That's science right there. There it is. We got it. We identified it. They looking for what they was doing in the Tower of Babel, but they're in the Tower of Babel. Go ahead, B.
Right. Yes, sir. All right. I looked up Greek spiritual science. It says the spiritual and philosophical inquiries of ancient Greeks particularly focused on the understanding the human condition and the universe. See, that's what we learn about the universe in school.
Boom.
Yes, sir. As well as the development of esoteric and mythical practices.
I told you. So it's all the mythical gods and practices is embedded in science. That's the anti-life equation, nigga.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm like, man, everything you saying spot on. So it's a spiritual science. Instead of being with the word and actually understanding the spirit and like the spirit of truth.
That's right.
Stay with the spirit.
And that's what makes them a deceiver. Go ahead.
Right.
Antichrist. Because the Son is the truth.
Yes, sir.
And it's the only way. Science gives many ways.
Yep, but it's all an illusion.
It's all an illusion. It's a hologram. It's a holographic projection in your mind.
Yeah,
I got it.
Yes, sir.
I told you to call it in.
Yes, sir.
Didn't I tell you?
Yes, sir.
It's hologram.
Hey, straight up. It's a hologram.
What's your word? What's your favorite word? It's not real.
It's not real. Straight up, it's not real. And the trick I thought, even in that definition, they like esoteric. All right, boom. I simplified in my brain. All right, esoteric, secret, and mystical practices. So it ain't real. Man, it ain't real. You just like straight up. Yes, sir. I'm like, all right. Then the same thing when it comes to they got it in Roman, the Roman spiritual science. You got Babylonian, but I ran across something that really tripped me out. All right, when I went to the Roman, it led me to a word, remover. Let me go there. I don't have it pulled up. Let's see. Let me go there. ROMMUVA. And that's part of the, and then, all right, remover. It says remover is a neo-pagan movement derived from the traditional mythology of the Lithuanians, attempting to reconstruct the religious rituals of the Lithuanians before the Christianized, and they put 1887. But the symbol that they use for that, it's the Nazi symbol, like the but with snakes. So I'm like, dang, bro. I'm gonna send it to you real quick. All right. Hold on. Only God ain't real. You still there? You hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Let me send this to you real quick, man.
So all of the alchemy, all of the witchcraft and warlock mischief stuff is pure alchemy, and it's just mythological science projects of plumes of smoke, and this one and that one, and the promise that the curse is going to work or it's not going to work. Our sisters are and brothers and sons of Israel are caught up in this, and it is taught this at an early stage so that they embrace it when they become adult, which makes them minor again because of their non-compos mentis position.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It makes them minor. Believe in this, you are minor. When I looked up this, and then even the word, like, all right, remover, I'm wrong, but then the way, you know how you'll say a word, but it sounds like another word, like remover, like remove, that's what, you know, like, I'm like, dang, I'm going to read this real quick. Let's see. All right, it says,
what makes this important? What makes this important?
All right, this is important because when I looked it up and I went into it, it went to something called the, where is it at? It's talking about the tree. Let me go back. It went back to something called the world tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent you this picture of the world tree. Now I'm like, all right.
That's a flat earth.
Yeah, they flat earth.
Yep.
All right, the tree, accepting the knowledge of the serpent. All right.
Sending them to hell.
Underworld.
This is crazy. Let me put this on the screen for my audience. Let me see here.
I'm like, oh snap, they Babylonian belief really goes back to the beginning.
It goes back to when? The beginning.
The beginning.
The serpent, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They also call it the eagle and the serpent tree.
You said what? They also what?
They also call it the eagle and the serpent tree.
The eagle and the serpent
I'm
tree?
like, yes, sir. I'm like, this can't. I'm like, ain't no coincidence. This ain't no coincidence. This what it is.
They sun worshipers. Let's go. The
Yes,
eagle,
sir.
and let's see. Okay, the tree. What about the tree?
All right, the world tree. When I looked up, I'm putting it back up, the world tree. And then I'm thinking about scripture when we supposed to be no part of the world. But all these people believe in the world. This is what the world believes in: the science, the knowledge, the complete knowledge. What God told you don't mess with. And like you were saying, we are programmed into this stuff as children.
Yes.
I'm gonna read the world tree. The world tree is a recurring motif in various mythologies and religions, representing a colossal tree that connects the heavens, the earth, and the underworld, often symbolizing the cosmos, and they said the tree of life. But it ain't the tree of life. It's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Kev, which the cosmos, even all of their planets, all right, they call it the tree of knowledge. Variations. The tree of knowledge, some traditions are self-associated with the tree of knowledge representing wisdom and enlightenment. But it connects you to the underworld. So I'm like, man, the Tower of Babel, all these gods that are in people's heads, they go all the way back to the original sin, back to sin. Back to sin. Talking about them connecting rings, ancestral worship.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know.
Right.
They was taught this in school.
Yes, sir.
It was opened up to this at a very young age.
Right.
These people think they really they think they really witches.
Nah, you right. Like they got some powers out here. You right. They ain't got that. It's an illusion.
You're compos mentis. You out your mind.
You got holographic.
You go ahead. Tell them what they got.
Holographic associated with memory.
That's right. We planted that in your brain. You're not a witch, and you don't got no superpowers. Because if you did, you will break out of this amended law problem you got.
And see, that's another thing. You're right. You will break out. You ain't broke out nowhere.
I mean, out of nowhere.
Only thing you broke out like chicken pox when you get sick. That's about it.
That's it.
For real. You ain't went nowhere.
So we are grafted into, opened up to Luciferianism very early on in life by way of the Gateway program, the GATE program. Do you know when the GATE program started, sir?
No, sure.
Same time the Gateway drugs was put in your community, 1980.
Oh damn.
1980. KevRow.
Damn. Gateway drugs, Gateway program. And like, all right, I was in elementary school in the 80s. What I can remember.
Huh? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. I was like, I'm thinking about school back in elementary school in the 80s, mid-late 80s. And they did so much testing on us.
The GATE program is Universe 25, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Dang.
Huh? I'm tired.
The GATE program is...
Say it with me. The GATE program is what?
Universe 25.
That's right.
That makes sense.
It's not a wheel of chaos. It's a cube. On two dimension is a wheel. 3D is a cube. Welcome to 3D.
Okay. Dang.
All of the teachings of Universe 25 is to go against your father. That's why you black in the ghetto, which is really Universe 25. It is an alchemical, hypnotic, drug-induced program for those who reject the program that Greek gods and these gods of the underworld. You don't want to go to hell with us? You in here. If you want to go to hell with us, get your cap and gown ready. You see?
Straight up.
I grew up with the rejects. When I was supposed to go off into college and be great, I was rejected. I didn't graduate nothing. So I was sent to the underworld. You see?
Yes, sir. I understand the same thing. Yes, sir.
Cast out, nigga. With the rejects, champion. And
how they said, we out here.
Facts. So that's the Pentagon. You got the real 80s babies, the Pentagon, the children, the afterbirth, or you got the Pentagon babies who supposed to control them. You got the women at the top, and the niggas shucking and jiving.
Supposed to control them, man.
Yeah, they supposed to.
And it's a psychological thing.
Yes.
What you doing with it? I got my degree and blah, blah, blah.
Well, lowering the confidence of Adam, you ain't shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
the women run the world. We went to school. Women know science the most, don't they?
Yeah.
Who invented the rocket ship, the illusion transmitter?
A black sister.
You damn right. That's right. So we're products. We crack babies. We the 80s babies and 90s babies who they did mind control on. And how did they do mind control on us?
In school. The teaching of the school.
Then we went home and what happened? Who was in our neighborhoods? What was there?
Oh, we got drugs in our neighborhood.
Yeah. And that's going to make you a criminal.
Yep.
Would that bust up the nuclear family? Is the drugs the nuclear bomb?
Yeah. It blew the family up.
That's right. And then you went into private prisons, convict leasing. You became black in law. Carbon 666. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Now you
by sin again.
That by way of sin. Once again. Now you trying to say, I'm the man of sin because I'm black and God wouldn't make me carbonated in that book the white man made. No, you became carbon when you accepted science.
Dang, you accepted it.
Now you black in Roman law. Now you dead. Where you think you got law and right. But you dead. You don't vote. Your vote don't count.
You dead, boy.
Dead people can't vote.
You don't count. You's a zero. Dang, you right.
So you go to school. How I go to 2 different elementaries and 2 different junior high school. One in the hood, one out the hood. 2 different jurisdictions. How is that?
I'm thinking like, what happened? Like, did you move? What happened? Like, I got questions, you know?
What's your question? Did I move? How? I lived on 10th Ave in Hyde Park. I went to Hyde Park Elementary. From Hyde Park Elementary, all of us over there go to Horseman Junior High School. That's where I went. So how did I end up at Shirley Avenue Elementary and going to Sutter Junior High School in the Valley? How was that possible?
I don't know. I'm like, and you still live in High Park? I'm like,
and
what did y'all like? What happened? Like, now we want,
bro, help me.
We want to teach them. I'm thinking like we want to teach them. I don't know, like that kind of thing. Like, I don't know, bro. He need this program over there. We make sure he believe this. Dang, kid, I'm just like,
how
damn.
about he experienced this, but believed this at a much higher degree? How about that?
Right, we need to make him. He needs to believe this. We need him to believe this in this science. Dang, kid, you right. This ain't strong.
0 point, right?
Increases the dosage is basically what I'm thinking.
Now wait a minute. Here we are talking about he who remains and what they would need to do to him. Let's put it in this context. He would have to be taught our sciences and chemistry. He would have to grow up like this, but know this. So his faith is going there, right? Grow up in the hood, faith in God, made it through, Rose grew from concrete, Tupac shit. Or we can direct that to where the son now gives his blessing to us, aka backdoor the father. We gotta weigh in. We gotta raise him up to be against, because that's what I think they did to all of us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kill, for real. And then if you don't believe this, what we teaching about the cosmos and the planets and then you crazy.
He won't. No, he not crazy. He won't have the confidence to believe he's the one.
Right. Because everything that we taught you is contrary to that.
So if you don't make it, you either serve or you're nothing.
Right. Right.
And that will throw you off. It'll cause you to go into deep depression. You see all your classmates and friends go off in life and become great students of degrees in the world of Freemasonry.
Right, not born into this world. So I'm thinking, what's wrong with me? What's wrong? Yeah, my confidence would be low. Damn, yeah. Yes, sir.
Most people will just go back to the hood and die. I guess that's all I'm worth.
Or I'm gonna be what I see in the hood.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can be. Universe 20, and there's only two ways out of that, which is
jail or death.
Or death. Both of them is the same.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Damn. Either way, you never come into what you're supposed to be and know that you are.
Giving us full reign over you and your people once again.
Right. You're going to be thinking like the Universe 25 program.
Ain't no way you can get out. You nothing. You ain't graduate. And we could throw you back into where you, nigga, you supposed to be dead. On drugs somewhere.
Straight up. On drugs, selling drugs.
Dead.
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 Dead. We're going to have jurisdiction over you.
Nigga, we sending you to the we gonna send you to the underworld, nigga.
You going to Anubis.
You going to
To Pluto. You going to Pluto. We get you up out of here. You on the rocket ship up out of here, sir. For real.
So, you either a Pentagon baby or Bebe's kids. In my theoretical position, Bebe's kids is dead to the world, rejected, Universe 25.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
And God sent me to the Bebe's kids, bro, to the baby kids, not the bang. Whoa. And he told me, I said, God, they mean though. But I look in scripture and the Bible say, don't be worried of they gnarls in their faces and how mean they are. They know you telling the truth, and they gonna know I gave it to you, because you're the only one that's gonna tell them what they need. So when you find yourself in that, bro, ain't no going back, bro.
No, for real.
You hear me?
Ain't no going. No. Yes, sir. Ain't no going back.
I got the remedy to my niggas' freedom.
I can't just be quiet on that.
How?
I can't.
I told them niggas I got it. They said, get your funny ass out there and do that shit you doing in here. I said, all right.
That's how I keep it for real.
Them niggas go help, bro. Help us, bro. Because we
don't have nobody to speak for.
Bro, ain't nobody can speak for us, bro. Can't nobody tell us what's wrong with us but somebody like you.
Right. The other ones took an oath of silence to do the
just
deed.
caught in the game. Don't really know how to explain it. Doing the best that they can. A lot of people died not knowing that they thought a lot of people passed on thinking they did the right thing. Eastern Star, we do great things in the community. Or Freemason, bro, come get the food, and motherfuckers live by that. So I'm not taking away from the goodness of our people, because I know them.
No, you're right. They didn't know. They like you said, they thought they was doing good. And they ain't thinking, I'm part of this corporate body, this is a good thing.
Ain't nobody expect us to come along or Kev to come along and break this down beyond their capacity of understanding how that got into their communities. They could have been giving us LSD, making us forget that we was even in the programs. No, literally. Some little sweet little drink. Little in candy or something. Here.
Right, and they got us all together right here. Every day.
And our people probably don't remember because, nigga, we not supposed to. We was given at least things, bro.
You're right. And that nap, you talked about that nap. I'm like, damn.
What nap?
Nap. Taking a nap.
Taking a nap. Yeah.
Hey, y'all take y'all nap. Wake up, and you do have a different feeling. I remember that feeling.
The whole time she playing frequencies and tones at 838. Nigga, what if I'm hypnotized and didn't know? And I'm scared of Greek gods. And I'm, like Monsters Inc. got me scared and shit. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. That's nigga monkey mind. Nigga, I'm breaking it down. And we scared of these Greek gods that we solidify in our brains. We get up and work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which are all Greek gods anyway. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, again. We like doing this shit. Like we afraid, bro. And like, wait a minute. Hold on. Are we serving Satan? And I think that's a question we have to show and prove.
Right.
Yeah, I know my people is serving the God of the dead, Osiris. And who the God of the dead? What's the Doberman Pinscher?
Anubis.
Anubis.
I'm like, bro, the whole world, even the very elect. So how?
Yeah. See? I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying, how did this happen to my good people who believed in God when they were innocent?
You're right.
You see?
You're right.
I got to pick at you a little bit. It's tough, but I wouldn't be picking at you if I didn't know it myself. You see?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't be able to dig that deep in these people's souls and hearts if I wasn't in the world like them and born into this shit.
and make everybody like, man, if they gonna really, and wait, hold up, what is this? He right. If you real, you gonna see like, oh wait, hold on.
You just like me.
Damn,
and once you unlock it
yeah.
and open it up, you like, wait a minute. The fear ain't even in control of you. I used to be so scared of Anubis. Nigga, I wouldn't even pick him in a video game to fight. Or, remember Killer Instinct? Oh, hell no. Girl, buck me up.
Like, no, I'm cool on this one. I don't like that. Yeah. You right. They say, no, sir. I'm cool on that.
Man, you ever fuck with the Greek god Zeus? Hell no. Odin? Man, hell no. But all of this hell no and fear is based off of what, B? Ham.
The fear based on the program.
Ham.
Yep. Yeah. It's holographic.
Holographic associative memory. Y'all gods are holographically associated to your neurons that creates and stores your memory. So when you think of it, you're gonna have fear, like a Scooby-Doo cartoon. At the end, you're gonna rip the damn white Klansman ghost shit off, and it's gonna be old man talking about you got me. All right. And
real. I'm even thinking like, man, that fear been impermanent. Like, if we listen to the word, you ain't supposed to fear nothing but God. But like, what is all this fear? You right? They give you their variation of everything. They science. They gods. Hey, mythology. Now
you said something that really stood out, bro. I was like, damn, that every level of accomplishment of like getting over a fear, you will see that play out. Like, what the fuck? And it'll freak you out because it's happening in your reality by way of holographic memory association. Remember, you thought that was real until it became real. You thought it was like a hologram made real till it showed up. Yeah, there's like, wait a minute. Was that a moment?
That wasn't
exactly.
Yeah. Damn, bro.
Not going into it. Coming out of it.
Out of it.
Because now you beginning to know, wait a minute. I'm doing things that's not real. But then at the same time, it's like, congratulations. You got me?
You graduated.
Because you're beginning to understand weight. And it's a product, like they say, the Egyptian god Thoth is really something in the pineal gland in the mind. I'm going to go even further. It's like levels of understanding is levels of revealing. So it's going to be revealed to each individual by way of their understanding. Mine is very vivid. Like it's real. I'll take a picture of it. And it'll be a story like it's not even real. What?
But yes, sir. I can attest to that.
Have us all like that. What the hell? We got to continue to search. But now we know the cube and the sun. And wait a minute. Was that the cube that gives the holographic perception in the world? Like, that's conspiracy theory to the max. The white boys are saying it's a holographic world. This ain't real. Well, what if the sun is the cube that's giving the false, that's like the diamond in the sky that's creating the beams that's
the false light.
Facts. So it's science-based, and maybe they're telling you that. We read newspapers back in the day that said they were making a new sun to put up.
Yeah, and then we like, when I hear it, I'm like, what? How? Get out of here. Yeah, like, not understanding they speaking from a scientific standpoint.
Facts.
Wow, man.
Facts.
Like, yeah. And a lot of this stuff, like, especially early on, you said something to me. Young people have impressionable minds, and they know they got to get to your mind early.
To solidify it, to make it real. I mean, you're going to make it real.
Right. And you're gonna be on autopilot after that.
You got
For real, we gotta mow your mind early. Like, all right, he in cruise control
These
now.
are
Boom, got him.
stars. This is the planets. Why I can't see them? Because they 30 trillion light year mile away. But it's really like this. And this is what they look like. And this is this. And well, how we get here? The Big Bang. How you know? Because you was a monkey first. Boy, that's why.
Damn.
You was a monkey. And then somehow you became a slave and we got you.
You live on this planet on the 33-degree
axis. You spinning around at 10,000 miles an hour while circling the sun in reverse, 40 billion miles an hour. And this is Mercury, Mars, you, them, and we trying to find new life on different planets. So you can be an astronaut. How about that?
For real, got kids wanting to be stuff that ain't like. I want to be an astronaut.
And that's what we call Curious George.
Yes, sir. And I can remember that they asked us. That's crazy. They asked, hey, what you want to be when you grow up? And kids like, I want to be a doctor. An astronaut would be one of the top ones. Damn,
I want to go
they
to space.
Don't worry, you will, Ray. Don't worry. Wow. That's crazy, bro.
So Pookie and Ray Ray, to me, is in the best position because they're already dead. They're mentally confused, and all of these great things we can go down the list. But the thing is, what makes them great is is the fact that they can remember their innocence. They, I believe, know who did this and when it happened. I know they know, and which makes them great subjects of my scientific theory of redemption. Wow. I just made that up. Coin that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Man, you're right. They know. They remember. That's another thing, too. We have, we can remember stuff. That's how they train us anyway. Whether it's subconscious or conscious, they have to do it through memory. So, boom, you're right. We know how, we can remember certain things because Universe 25, no matter where you at, we went through the same, what they call that in science, experiment. It's the same experiment.
It's the GATE program.
The GATE program, yes, sir. We all went through it, so we gonna remember certain things. Like, wait, hold up, what y'all did this? When you said naps, I'm like, damn, they do that everywhere. Like, oh man, yeah, bro. So it's certain things that we all can remember that's gonna bring it to the forefront. Yes, sir. Wow.
You're going to remember it from the GATE program, and the gateway is what they did to you. That's opening up the portal. Go ahead.
Opening up the portal in your mind and making it that much easier later on. You already been how they say, initiated from a child. So I'm like, dang, bro, that's true. That's very true. From a youth, you spending more time at the school than at the house early in the morning. When you first wake up, we finna hit you with it. Bam. Man, so that's very true.
We hit your mama already with LSD, drugs, psychedelic music. They dropped a bomb on me. Cocaine. They hit you with the rock.
Mm-hmm.
There it goes. Explain it.
Yep, they hit you with that's
altered your mama's brain. Now your mama thinks she independent, running them street, and your daddy think he pimping and gang banging, and this one and that one.
For real. Like the Sims, bro. Universe 25, the Sims.
That's what they did to you. Now you're the children of the children they did it to.
You know what I think about too, kid? When you talk about
you
the
hear me?
children,
You hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Now listen to me. You can't blame your daddy and your mama. They're products of the Universe 25 experiment, where you became a lab rat and they put you in space. I can't fault them. Right. I gotta be like Christ. Forgive them for they not knowing what they doing, God. I may be pissed off. I may be this one. You may be this one. But we have to express great discipline in knowing Christ. You know what I'm saying? And some people never been forgiven. They don't even know what that even feel like. And sometimes you got to do some bad things to be forgiven. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Even know what that
makes me think about what you talking about, the forgiving. Like even when you was talking about Anubis, and them being free. Like that's like the parents and the people before us in Universe 25 being forgiven for their faults.
Facts.
Free them. That's
how they say free the homies and shit. Free them. Who trapped who's condemned by Anubis, who Anubis has in his grasp. Free them.
Freedom, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's right there. That's who needs to be free. Yes, sir.
Free them.
They boxed in. They boxed in.
There you go, and couldn't deal with the boxing. Matumbo, I mean, they played David Robinson. They played like the San Antonio Spurs, nigga, in 97. The government playing like David Robinson, and who was that on the San Antonio Spurs?
Tim Duncan. Oh, they out here like Robinson and Duncan. For real, the Twin Towers on that. For real.
Motherfuckers, man, they got you boxed in. And
got you boxed in.
Yeah, ignorance of the law is no excuse, but they got you boxed in. And so while you a little mousy outer space floating wanting to be an astronaut, it really means hitting that crack, developing these mental things that's going to destroy your people. Now, just destroy them. And it's going to be your fault for picking it up.
Yup. Now you guilty too.
Now you guilty.
You're right.
Satan's only thing is to convict you and make you feel convicted forever, so you don't have confidence standing before the Lord. The devil mad think you gonna tell on him.
Yeah, for real. I gotta dirty him up too.
Yeah.
Right now.
And the first thing you gonna say is
that's all right, you can feel it.
The devil, the satanic empire of the underworld love tricking you. He love tricking. You stay right here. It's boring in hell. Ain't no video games or nothing.
We need something to do.
Ain't no haircut. Ain't no walk a while and eat food and all that. No. Satan's kingdom, when they come up here, they ain't got no money. They begging for things. Please believe me. Trying to do right for nigga and get 25 cents every hour.
For real. Like, man.
Mm-hmm. They don't want
to believe.
Please.
Please.
So our uncles, our grandmamas, our mothers, our fathers, the Bible say the third and fourth generation, they hate me. So what you just brought up, I mean, how do you hate God? That's an easy answer, but I'm just saying. By doing the work of sin. You can't serve two masters. You gonna love one and what?
Love one, hate the other.
Okay, so who they hate?
Damn.
They hate the Father.
They hate God.
That's right.
They hate the Father.
He singled you out. That's right. They love the others. Yeah. Science fiction and the creator of the lie. The father of all lies.
They love. You will be like God knowing everything. You think you're God now, so that shows who you love.
Was nothing more than a mouse experiment running in a maze.
Dang, bro.
We made a movie about you called The Maze Runner, and you ain't even see. This the maze you stuck in, boy. Ain't no way out. You will never be alive again, is what the system is saying. I'm telling you, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
They don't destroy us with the 94 crime bill, convict leasing, murder, genocide, fighting amongst one another, and you still hear enough of us with a competent, sane mind, not caught in the illusion and the false Greek gods of the Pentagon babies. Go ahead.
I'm like, man, you saying caught in the maze.
Mm-hmm.
And they thinking they lying to you still. Hey, there's another way out. You don't need Christ. Look, join this group. Join that group. Believe this. Believe Egyptology. You believe in Anubis. Like, that's crazy.
They gonna
bro.
tell you
now,
when you get there, you believe in yourself. And then you're gonna say, if I did that, I wouldn't have came here. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, for real. Hey, look, we got the secret over here. This the secret right here. Dang, bro. You right, but you right. That's to keep you trapped. You leave out of one door, you in the other one. That's the maze.
Yeah, because you opening the wrong door. You thought you was ascending and you descending right into that hell. Right there. Open that door right there. Now get in there. You child initiate of the eternal flame. You got him.
And you gonna slide all the way down to the underworld.
Like a McDonald's slide or Nickelodeon.
Yeah, for real. You get down to the bottom, like, man, what is this? And here your boy go. Anubis and all the gods of the underworld down here.
You're going to be like, oh, I know you. I got a tattoo of you on my arm. Wait, where's my arms? I'm sorry. I don't mean to make funny. What the fuck is my whole existence? What the fuck? I can feel all. Oh, I can't even resist. Like an old video game, like a little marble you. You won't be resisting. No handcuffs needed for where you going. You won't fight back because you can't.
You can't.
You can't even kick and scream. You can scream because you got lips. What? But that's all you got. The only thing you got is help. Hey, you guys listening to the Hot Boys? You help. That's what you're going to be screaming from the Hot Boys.
For real, you gonna be hell.
Help. And you gonna open that door right there. Go ahead. I asked him, B, what you gonna do when y'all get to the door? And God opened and said, my son didn't bring y'all. You gonna say, no, we brought ourselves because we smart.
Come on, bring your smart self down. Come on. Bring your smart self on. I got something for you. I told you. No one comes to me without... No one's come to the Father without the Son. Dang, bro. You ain't gonna even make it. You gonna try to make it, and boom, right back down.
Right back down. It's gonna feel like that picture of the Michelangelo Sonetta gonna reach out for God, and then it's gonna be like, wait, where I'm going? No.
Yeah, it's gonna be real close. Like, mama, drop down for real.
He gonna be like, come on, Kev, tell him all about me, man. I did.
I did. Oh man.
I'm telling, nigga. I told you, I'm telling.
Yeah, I told him already. Where he is?
I'm telling. No, because they think we silly, and they think we don't know that they not saying nothing in that chat room. You feel me, B? They gonna shut the fuck up. They can't even troll because they know I'm right. Now, on the scale of 1 to 33 in the Freemasonry stairs, that boy Kev way up there, boy. That nigga beyond the heat. I'm so high. Oh, I was talking about myself. My bad. Go ahead, B.
Did you say above 54? Y'all 33, 54. Like, y'all all these 33. Yeah.
Knowledge and wisdom, remember? Now, which one of them know that? Holographic memory associated, and they all they gods affiliated with science because that's what they was given in school. You're not special. Everyone believes in Satan the same way.
Yup. Yup. You right with it. Right with it. Believing in the same thing. You put your bricks with the wrong thing. You worked on the wrong building. For real. You over here building the Tower of Babel. You supposed to be building over here with the Father.
You supposed to be building the kingdom of heaven and God, and here you is building the Tower of Babel. You thought you was ascending? No, that's a portal to hell.
Dang, bro. And then, like, man, come on.
And it's not your fault because they did it to you when you was an innocent kid. Go ahead, bro.
And then, like, when you a kid, yeah, you innocent. But then, all right, you hearing the word of God, those that everybody got access to it. You ain't think, like, hey, man, these false gods, maybe I need to switch. This ain't right. It's going to be a moment of something ain't right, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I gotta go run with that feeling of something ain't right. I'm going to drop this and run with what's good. But then, like, I'm like, dang, bro. I think about people like, well, I got this over here. I think about Loki. I'm a superstar over here. It's not real. You a superstar over here instead of following, you on a fake timeline. Stuck mentally.
Well, they on the
and your
well, who did it?
From the beginning, these groups that people join. But before you was what do they call that? Predisposed to it, and then you accepted it.
Well, everyone accepted it. I thought it was dinosaurs.
See, there you go, yeah.
Nigga, I believed in dinosaurs, nigga. My hammer, you couldn't tell me dinosaurs and a brontosaurus, nigga, with that long neck, eating vegetables.
Yeah, for real. Everybody was T-Rex. Like the T-Rex, you can tell, like, yup. They buy you the toys and everything. They're going to make it real. They're going to make toys. Here you go, little Johnny. Dinosaur, the T-Rex. Everything that we believe, like, damn, bro. This world is false for real. The world. Now I see why.
When I say, when you see why what?
I see why in the Bible it say the world. The world. Everybody is the world. They believe in all these lies. Who you with? Dang, bro.
Why is the Tyrannosaurus Rex arm so small? He can't even reach his food in his mouth.
But he's the coldest, they say, in the dinosaur world.
It's like one of them.
Right.
You're just like one of them niggas with them nub arms.
And he be acting like the toughest one.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just.
Yeah, Kev. Like, man, bro.
But these questions.
He about to get
We don't got
jabbed.
no bone. We ain't never did nothing. You feel me? We just know dinosaurs was real. Now I'm embarrassed. If a nigga tell me, do I know what a triceratops is and that they existed 32 million years ago and that human beings used to ride them and the you know, like, bruh, how deep are you gonna go?
And then we look at, like, bro, your ham is kicking in.
You heard Rico?
Ham.
All I can say is, damn, brother, not today.
For real.
Damn, bro.
Chill out, bro. Ham is going ham.
Everything he mentioned in time immemorial, like it was his friends from yesterday. And your forefathers didn't do this. That was King James who developed this one, and right now, and then this one yesterday. Use Hermes too, Kev, cause you right here, you the Hermes of the bro. It's time for your mama to tell you the truth. It's time to go get a job and get out that basement and grow up. Damn.
For real. Torture us kids.
But that's that ham. All of his indoctrination come from that textbook, McGraw-Hill.
Yeah, the Daughters of the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Next to
he's so consumed with genealogy and who people are. All you gotta do is do to them as you would to the Hebrew Israelite and go on over to Titus. You feel me?
And break them off.
Titus 3 and 9. Avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, and dissensions and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable and worthless.
Unprofitable, non-constructive. There's no profit in it. Dang. The word can't do it no better than that.
Ain't no profit in it, son. What is that? Your genealogy. Sir, all men die in Adam. Sir. Your name.
Yes, sir.
They all went out like that, waiting for it to all be revealed. So you are on the wrong thing. I'm more on what happened to us and who turned us into beasts and spiritual witches and warlocks and deceivers and turned ourselves into demon rather than who you are in the 1600.
For real, right? Everything except a child of God. Dang.
Everything, huh? But a God-fearing man and a child of God. Ain't not just nothing. I'm nothing good. You know? And that's what the Bible talk about, the accuser.
Yeah, like, you accuse it, like, that's your thing. You want to accuse.
But B, they thought I was doing that. No, I'm doing this. You can't come here. You see?
For real, you don't have the keys.
He can't even understand what we talking about. He's so
stuck.
Yeah, no, he's not stuck. He's going backwards, floating like Universe 25. The mouse on the screen just floating off into the universe, upside down and backward, with no gravitational pull to hold his mind down, because he's gone. It's over.
You in the cosmos with it.
Gone. You know, so
yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be like Tony Brown. Yeah. Help! Don't touch him, Tony. You're gonna be infected with Universe 25. And you're gonna float off too. Don't touch him, Tracy. Don't even talk to him. Jamie Lee, don't even look at him. Let him float. Keep him.
For real, they need that.
That's right. They need to float on, float on. Remember that song? Float.
Take my hand.
They thought they was going to the stairway of heaven. They thought they was going to the stairway to heaven, but they going to the doorsteps of Lucifer. Oh. Remember that song? The Stairway to Heaven?
For real.
Man.
Yeah, the OJ, step by step. Dang.
See, that's getting on that. They know Led Zeppelin has Stairway to Heaven because they're rock star demonologists. We talking about the Stairway of Heaven by who?
The OJs.
OJ's playing. See, that's paired up. Look, boop, boop, boop. As we go off into heaven. We not trying to stay here. My name Kevin for a reason.
For real.
The K is silent in the Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I'll be trolling my Christian Hebrews, Pan-African demonologists. I'll just troll.
But hey, you get everybody to understand what's going on, what we've been born into, what sin is. All the departments. It's like a building. I kind of look at it like a building or a company. It's a company.
Yeah.
All the departments.
It's a Freemasonic company. Ain't that a corporation?
Ooh,
it's the body. I told you we got the body.
Some of them arms, some of them legs, toes.
Allah.
Yeah.
Arm. Say it. Where Riz at?
What they say?
Oh, I got
leg,
you.
Leg,
Arm. That's how Nipsey was killed, remember? Arm, leg, head, boom, boom. They were lying in. Just making it all silly. But the real thing is Allah. And we got y'all. We got y'all.
That's what y'all believe in.
Ooh.
Knowingly or unknowingly.
Ooh.
The first sin. The fall of Adam.
Adam's first sin. His first. Damn. Didn't we do a show on that?
Damn.
His first religion.
Yes, sir.
Outside the garden was the worship of Allah. Damn, I said, I'm proving it. We proving it. And the people are understanding it.
Yes, sir. Dang, bro. And they go back.
And there's the cube again.
There's
the cube.
Yep.
Okay, now go ahead.
The black cube.
Yep.
Full of sin. They believe the serpent. You won't die. You will be like God. It's the same thing. The same thing. They bit off that tree.
They bit off that tree you showed earlier. That's the tree. And the tree send they right curveball right over the Arctic wall straight to hell. Since you want to go. If you smell what the rock is cooking, motherfucker, I'll be killing them out here. Yeah, you go right over that Arctic wall that's on that diagram my brother just put up a while ago.
Right to the underworld.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. So, speaking of diagram, I'm going to pull out the whiteboard so I can literally give the people the perception of a small adolescent child being groomed as a initiate into the arts of alchemy and becoming part of the cult of the Black Sun. You thinking it's natural, but your children is being sacrificed to Baal in this fashion. This is all sacrifice to the Baal or Baal. Or if you want to go chemistry and all of that, the BA, and then go check out AL. Those are the composites for Baal as well. So however you want to dice it up, I'm right.
For real. Whichever way you go, you're going to be right.
Checkmate.
Back with the underworld.
And only the bishop can checkmate the whole game. Don't nobody move.
For real. Any move you make, you already caught.
Can we go there?
Can't go
you
nowhere.
Can't go nowhere. You can't even bust a move. Your queen can't move because she is a sinner. and the king can't move because it's not his airship. And y'all been playing this game on us, and by way of default, by the 50 rule move, I don't even gotta move. But if I chose to, we still gonna checkmate you.
You all already done.
You was created to be checkmated. You and your father. I don't know if he told you. He knew. Satan knows he has a short time. Don't he,
Trying to take as many as possible. Trying to take as many as possible with him. That boy say, 'cause it gets lonely.
When you get there, that's all you're going to hear is R. Kelly music on your way to hell. And sometimes you get lonely. Tell him. He gonna turn around and be like, man, I needed somebody to play video games with. Welcome.
You going down low. Dang, that's crazy. For real. That's it.
You a child of the eternal flame, and you got a choice to make. Ain't that something? But you really don't got no choice. Because that's a false sense of choice. There is only one way.
One way. That's Christ.
So in order, so B, if you had to relearn everything to get to heaven as an adult, would you?
It's time to get to learning. Yes, sir, we do. I got to keep my childlike mind. Hey, oh, that was wrong? Okay. I'm going to get look, my brain, I got the little eraser thing.
From the board, just erase it, wipe the state clean. You don't need hypnotic drug to do it. You don't need the government to mind fuck you. You got the power to wipe the slate clean naturally. Just begin to learn how to speak. You know why you can't speak? Because you're still in the womb. No child can speak in the womb. You can't even lie. You do better, but they can press one, but you can't speak. Ooh. Go ahead and look at yourself. Oh, shit, Kev, talking to us again? If the shoe fit, wear it. And wear it proudly, too. Yes, I'm talking to you. That's how I know you can't. Because you in the womb. And the womb is the matrix.
Caught up.
See, I make sense.
I got it.
Thank you, B. Thank you, B. You up out of here?
No.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, damn. All right, yeah, but what was we saying?
I'm just thinking about what you said. Like, yeah, Kev, like, they headed for the underworld about to get tossed up. Not even, like, dang, you got to relearn. That ain't, you know what I think about? If I learn, like, in school, I learned something wrong, guess what? I'm not going to give you a 0. I'm going to show you some grace. You get a chance to study again and come back and take your test. That's grace. That's mercy. So why not? But now I'm going to be like, man, I learned all this. 9 times 9 is 54, man. I don't get it. Like, nah, bro. You got to relearn. Like,
now watch this. You're absolutely right. You see the screen? It's called The Gods with Amnesia. You know, amnesia is forgetting.
Right.
But I'm going further. The gods of amnesia. Because when you believe in these gods, you forget about the Father.
Wow, bro. That's exactly what that is. Yes. All these gods are gods of amnesia.
That's right. And so it's the perfect name for my students that are trapped or were trapped in Universe 25, that they can understand what I'm saying. So they're gods of the holographic reality. You get it? Are all gods of amnesia, so that you, women, don't raise your sons firstborn of law. You don't give them to God.
And that's people laid out everywhere.
But you get what I'm saying? You have to direct your firstborns, if nothing else, to God, the law, and understanding. So we'll never lose a republic first, but a kingdom of God. We want to be right. Consider it practice. You know, we're practicing to do the good work. Either or, that's what you've been doing the whole time anyway. That's what you're doing when you're learning. So why believe in the things of Harry Potter?
Non-profitable things.
Fact.
Yeah, you're right. I need to be practicing. What they say, practice make perfect.
Facts. Study in the gym. You wasn't with me in the gym?
For real. You shooting, dang, I'm thinking about the gym. Everybody practicing and believing in all these masonry marks, Babylonian stuff, they shooting bricks.
Well,
you're gonna lose.
Everybody. Listen, as I say, yeah, if we've lost, it's doing that. So we don't want to lose.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to break it down to them. What's got them in that condition? You can't condemn them. They're already condemned.
Right.
What's got, and when you are able to break that down, you will be able to explain to those who are caught in it what they're caught in. You'll be a great professor, a great beta doctor right here at KevRow University, explaining it. And you gotta explain it. You have to, and you have to speak it. Like B is brave up here. You too, at home, you gotta speak. You do.
For real. I gotta practice.
Gotta practice. What they say in our brothers' conscious community, the former kingdom, steel sharpens steel.
Yes, sir. Gonna be sharp out here. Gotta be. Dang, the gods of amnesia is like, whoa, bro, that's exactly what it is. We can't forget the Father, but you worship these other gods, like I'm going to say everybody, like you said, everybody.
You worshiped them. Once we fell out of Bible study in church, we got amnesia and forgot how drugs in the community, everything of Universe 25. We have a hell of a court case anyway. But besides that, your understanding is more important. How, the who, what, where, when, and why you became Antichrist. That's the subject. 666 carbon, cube head, Metatron lover. Chemistry, you know, science, and I say that because I used to love crack, Megatron. You know, Universe 25. A lot of these drugs like crack, cocaine, LSD was developed at this time and released to the public in the 80s. But they were developed at your top universities, especially in California. Press 1. So, there's the GATE program where the students at school, press 1, is put through major tests and secret things. I don't know. Tests at school. I watched a video somebody sent me, and I'm going to play it here, but yeah, the 80s was kind of like, whoa. I want to play this video because it kind of made me come alive when thinking about these things. I've been telling y'all, like, especially yesterday, science is their hidden language. MK Mind Control is the name of the game, baby. And psychedelics and getting you to believe these things to go against. Remember, the third and fourth generations who hate me. Well, they got to be raised the specific type of way to usher in artificial intelligence and all that, to be accessible to it, okay with it. They got to be started off early. So I'm going to play this tape. I think we've been viewing school and all this shit wrong. I've been, this came across my feed and I said, let me play this for my classroom so they can get an understanding.
The case, please listen to what I have to say, because I had a flood of memories come. Were you in the gifted and talented program as a child? Some people called it GATE, some people called it GT. There's actually a lot of different names depending on where you live in America. But do you remember being selected in elementary or middle school for some sort of accelerated learning program and being taken out of class and brought into other rooms with a smaller group of children? And do you have an extremely hard time remembering that? And if that's the case, please listen to what I have to say, because I had a flood of memories come back to me after overhearing another person talk about this colored string test where we had to undo this tangled up colorful string. And through that, and talking about it last night in another video, I have been flooded with comments and people reaching out to me, telling me their stories and sharing other things that have unlocked even more memories for me. So we're going to go down the list of things that I wrote down and see if this unlocks any more memories for you. Obviously, the first one is the tangled up colorful string where we had to undo it. Some people said it was on like a board. Other people had to do it mentally. And some people were just given this wad of colorful kind of yarn stuff and had to untangle it to the best of their ability. A lot of people remembered flashcards or memory games or speed reading. Actually, a big one for me was these tangrams, these weird little colorful shape block things. As soon as I saw a photo of that, because I saw a lot of people in the comments referencing it, I didn't know what it was, and I Googled a photo of it, and dear God, did I have a flashback of just countless hours of having to do tests and games with these tangram things. Another super popular one is the auditory testing with these weird retro headphones, these like big gray greenish headphones. Some people reported them being connected to this like weird briefcase thing, and I specifically remember having to listen to these weird frequencies, these weird tones, and being tested on what I heard in the tones. And then another person mentioned having to listen to this story being played to them through these headphones. And there was this little clicker device, and you'd have to click a button every time you heard certain words or certain elements of a story. Very vivid memories from that. Continuing with our retro technology theme, do you remember having to use super old computers and having to play weird games and do weird tests? And I feel like even one of them was Oregon Trail. I remember something along those lines. That was a huge part of this GATE program curriculum. Another very common one for people was having to build things out of random objects like toothpicks, popsicle sticks. For me, I specifically remember having to make things out of construction paper. One that I saw a couple of people mention but really struck home with me in a deep level that makes me feel uncomfortable. Do you remember having to wear weirdly colored or tinted glasses of some sort? Like, I'm talking about like the old 3D movie glasses. That, I don't know why, feels so familiar to me. Now we're going to start getting even weirder. Do you guys remember having to go to very small, weird rooms where the windows were completely covered up, or there were no windows at all, or being completely removed from school, taken off campus? I distinctly remember doing a lot of this program in a trailer with the windows covered up, which, as you can imagine, is not exactly very comforting. And speaking of being taken off campus, off school grounds, do you remember weird field trips, having to go very, very long distances, being taken to weird things? People reported being taken to local businesses and talking with some of the...
That's crazy, because that's like the story of y'all lives, right?
heads of companies. Some people report going to military bases or very oddly specific aquariums and planetariums. Now, for me, planetariums definitely struck a chord. And last but not least, do you remember having to drink some sort of weird liquid out of a little Dixie cup? I'm talking about reddish, pinkish, purplish. People describe it as different colors, but I distinctly remember having the experience of having to drink this weird liquid out of a cup. Some people reported having to take these tabs, and a lot of people report thinking that it was some sort of dental test or some sort of fluoride test. That might be the case. I don't know. I am just trying to explore all of these different experiences because of the fact that we have no memories. We have no distinct chronological idea of what actually happened to us in these accelerated, gifted classes. We're going to go through a little experiment together.
I don't know if this affects you. I don't know if you've heard of this before. I just want my classroom to listen to it.
Over the last couple of nights, I put a few videos out trying to help people remember exactly what the activities were in those programs. And shockingly, thousands of people have reached out through comments and DMs saying that, yes, they now remember upon hearing my video those activities. So I've put together a list of weird character traits that most people in the GATE program, gifted, talented, tag, whatever you want to call it, most people have a few of these traits. Not all of them, not saying that you will have.
Now, I just want people to remember these things. Like, you can do your research on this, and GATE program, I didn't know it was like people was thinking about it at various levels. I like to overthink. I didn't say my brain just does it. I said I like to do it. And I realized that a lot of these things that people are bringing up.
If you're seeing this right now, you may have been
a lot of white folk. I told y'all yesterday, where did we learn the whole solar system? At school. Never mind me going to 2 elementary schools, 2 junior high schools, and all of this. That's just some weird shit. But what's important is we learned all this at school. Forrest Glory brought up yesterday some important stuff. It's about being taken off campus to a trailer or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I want more people, if they remember these things, from the GATE program, especially public schooling, but, you know, if they remember these things.
In a gifted and talented program as a child in school, and how the TikTok algorithm knows this about you, I do not know. But if you have a hard time remembering what happened to you in that program, I want to show you something that might jog some memories. Does this next voice sound familiar to you?
This is the exercise for your own development process designed by you. You should be hearing my voice in your right ear.
What I just shared with you is not a hearing test.
That's crazy. Because that's crazy.
Which is likely what they told you it was.
And listening to it, a nigga like, hold up.
What they told you it was.
You should be hearing my voice in your right ear.
What I just shared with you is not a hearing test, which is likely what they told you it was during those sessions. That clip is taken directly from a hypnosis tape by Robert Monroe called The Gateway Process.
Press 1. Oh, say what? See, I know that. Because that's the process which destroyed our families. Press 1. See, I know that. See, that's universe 25. That's the hypnotic, they clone Tyrone. Universe 25. You're not telling me. Press 1. See? I knew it. I said, God, please just give me the right words. I'm just trying to tell you all my prayers before. Just give me the right words today. This shit got my heart beating real hard because I'm like, the GATE program, huh? The gateway process by the hypnosis. What? Not the drug induced coma. Not the headphones Ice Cube is wearing on the little, never mind, bars.
And it is designed to elicit astral projection and remote viewing sessions.
Ham. Say it with me. Ham. Somebody look at their neighbor. Hey, Ollie, I love you, champ. Tell him, Ollie, that boy Kev don't solve the anti-life equation, bro. I got it, Ollie. Ham. You got it? Headphones, sound. We be clubbing. Everybody, that's cool. You can rap on it, but what's them sounds? One and then boom, 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 boom. What is this one? What is that sound? What is going on? Induced coma. Ham. Makes sense. Okay.
Process, and it is designed.
When they're talking about the gateway process, yeah, you went through it at school, and we can relate on many levels. But remember this: y'all went off and became leaders and officers and lawyers and the controllers of it. What about the ones that was left behind with the same info? You got me?
To elicit astral projection and remote viewing sessions. This may not be for everyone, but a portion of these gifted and talented education programs were actually used as a covert government program to experiment and explore psychic phenomenon in children.
Do you see it? In minors. Let's get back to it.
When you were being administered this hearing test, do you remember seeing the sounds? Do you remember having any sort of visualization with your eyes closed when hearing those different beeps and tones? Specifically, do you remember ever seeing a red dot in the black of your eyes when you were listening to it? Do you remember being taken to a supply closet as part of the program? Maybe it was a janitor's closet, or maybe it was some sort of room in the back of a science lab. Maybe even you needed a key card to access it. This next one is more broadly about your childhood. Do you have distinct memories of being able to breathe underwater in a dream or otherwise? Do you experience the Mandela effect or weird shifts in your timeline, things that you cannot explain or justify? I know that these questions are seemingly random and weird, but this is something that I have personally dealt with, and I have also weirdly seen reflected in the comments from other people who also went through the GATE program. And I am just trying to explore all of the different commonalities that you and I might have to try and get a bigger picture of just exactly what happened and why in these gifted and talented programs. Is one of the things that sticks out in your memory of this class being forced at the beginning to take a drink of a medication in a little paper cup. Some people report it being brightly colored, pink, purple, orange, and a lot of people report it having a chalky texture. It was explained to you that this was a simple fluoride treatment that all children had to do, and you were heavily coerced into drinking it. But there are thousands of us who have little to no memories of what happened in those classes beyond the point of drinking it. So what actually was in those cups? I've narrowed it down to two interesting theories, but I want to emphasize that this is just a fun, speculative theory for entertainment purposes only. The first substance that immediately caught my attention while researching this topic is something commonly referred to as BZ. Not only was this chemical researched heavily by the US military during the same exact time that these gifted and talented programs were being formed across the country, but it was known for two very specific properties. The first is its hallucinogenic qualities, and the second is its ability to block new memories from being formed.
Wow. A drug that can do that.
This medication can be ground up into a fine powder and mixed with a liquid to be given orally, but due to its insolubility, it would also create a sort of chalky texture like the one that we remember while drinking this pink drink. The biggest problem that I have with BZ, and what leads me to believe that my second theory is more accurate, is that this medication can last up to 96 hours, which would not be conducive to a GATE program within the confines of school hours and would raise suspicion in parents if their children were coming home still dazed and confused. The medication that I think was most likely being used on us is something called scopolamine, which is a medication you may have heard before because it is used in all sorts of applications throughout healthcare. It has the same exact ability as BZ to block new memory formation while also increasing suggestibility in the patient. Mixing it with a liquid would also produce the same.
So you can suggest things like whisper in their ears and this one and that one while the patient is. You can play the serpent in their life. It's a mind control. Do you see? It's a handler's heaven.
Same chalky texture, and given in the right doses, you could time it so that it wears off right as the school day is ending. As far as the bright colors and distinct flavors like bubblegum that people remember, I think that these were added to it as a sort of psychological manipulation to make it more appealing to children and for us to be less likely to talk about it outside of school. Once again, these are just speculative theories. I could be totally wrong with this, but the fact that so many of us only remember this pink drink and then our memories go completely blank leads me to believe that this may have been the cause of our amnesia. Were you in a...
Didn't I just say gods of amnesia?
Gifted and talented education program as a child?
Amnesia or euthanasia?
And in adulthood had a weirdly easy time with law enforcement. Maybe you were in a situation where you should have gotten in trouble. You were doing something illegal, and on paper, by all means, you should have been arrested. But somehow, you skated through without a problem. If that is you, you are not alone. And that is admittedly one of the less weird characteristics that a lot of people in the GATE program share, but the reason behind it fascinates me. I've seen a lot of people speculate that because we went through this program, we are all in some sort of database or on a watch list, which I'm not doubting, but the problem I have with assuming that this is the mechanism by which the cops go easy on us is if we are correct in assuming that the Gifted and Talented program was at least a portion part of some government experiment, it would have to be kept incredibly compartmentalized and hidden. And by having some sort of national database that every single local law enforcement can tap into would ruin the covertness of the program. So I have another theory. This is total speculation, but what if the reason that you were selected for the GATE program in the first place is because of your pattern recognition, your intuition, your ability to...
Yeah. Your intuition. So, Benjamin, you're saying all of these things, right? This is a hunt for the brilliant. This is for them. You telling me you was in this program, Mr. Breathing Underwater? Mr. You remember breathing underwater? Because you type it a lot. I'm going to ask you a question. Be ready. You telling me you psychic or something?
Show empathy, and because for the GATE program in the first place is because of your pattern recognition, your intuition, your ability to show empathy, and because of that, you were able to navigate these difficult situations in a much smoother way. I'm not saying we're all some sort of telepathic superhero, but I am suggesting that maybe in the face of fear, in a high-pressure situation where you feel your back is up against the wall, it is a little bit easier to tap into those gifts or abilities, and that could explain why some of us have had a very easy time dealing with police in situations where we should have been screwed. If you do even
now
a
we're talking hypnosis here.
Surface level of digging in almost any aspect of this program, you will find very weird things that don't make sense logically. I'm going to show you 2 quick examples that right away lead to very weird things and a few questions that you might have. And I'm not even going to be digging deep or using weird, obscure sources. We're going right off of Wikipedia. One of the biggest pushbacks I get on this whole topic is that it was just about intelligence. It was just about high IQs and trying to cultivate some sort of advanced education program in these kids who exhibited these things. If you start to dig into intelligence itself and the standardized testing methods, you will automatically start having questions. One of the most common IQ tests that people reported being screened with to enter into these GATE gifted and talented programs was the Stanford-Binet IQ scale. If you look into the man originally behind this IQ scale, Alfred Binet, you will find that his mentor was a man named Jean-Martin Charcot. I think I'm pronouncing that right. So what was their area of expertise that eventually led Binet to developing an intelligence scale? Well, if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll find that at the time of Binet's tenure, Charcot was experimenting with hypnotism. So quick recap, one of the main intelligence tests that was used to screen children to get them into the GATE program has roots in hypnotism. The second area where just a surface level of digging will yield very interesting results is who exactly created the Association of Gifted and Talented Children in the first place. Full credit goes to another TikToker who tagged me in a video, but she turned off her comment, so I don't really know how involved she wants to be in this. The man credited with starting all of this is a doctor named John Curtis Gowan. And once again, just a quick scroll on his Wikipedia page and you will read this. Besides his work in educational psychology as specifically related to gifted children, he also had an interest in psychic or psychedelic phenomena. I'm not saying that any of this is some magical smoking gun that proves that the gifted and talented education programs were actually backed by the government, by the CIA, and some sort of psychic experimentation on children. But it certainly doesn't help me disprove that theory.
Well said. Well said. So I've been thinking, because this touched on a lot of things dealing with what we talk about here as far as the intelligence communities in this same time period, just so happened, the same time period. And 10 years prior, doing the tests and studies to develop such mind control tactics on multiple levels. I'm saying 3, but it's multiple levels dealing with, well, all senses of the reality. Touch, sight, hearing, so forth and so on. It's evident that people were in these types of programs. I'm not sure how inclusive you personally was in each of these things, because people are throwing things out. Oh, I'm swimming in the water and I can breathe underwater, or I don't know. What I can say is I said it yesterday and I say it today. The gate to the gateway. Press 1. See? The gate to the gateway. Now, if we're just talking that type of stuff, I just mentioned Charleston White yesterday and just laughed. I didn't even want to say nothing. I just said Charleston White. Today he on the stand. All through the algorithm. So that's what I'm asking Benjamin. I don't know why he getting quiet I don't know why y'all get so quiet when I start. Because that's what you in school for. To learn, right? Now, you didn't say too much in history. People ain't said too much. But I would figure, since we all went to school, we all went through some form and seen this activity somewhere down the line. I don't know if you have or you haven't. If you have, press 1. If you haven't, just bypass. But don't leave me up here to talk to myself. I could do this offline. This is real. So I have a huge gap in memory loss when it's dealing with a specific time in my life. So this this is quite the experience and adventure, and quite the things that I like to study myself and talk about from a psychological standpoint and being logical. You know, because I know the CIA did they were responsible for what you see on the screen, how to hypnotize a person. Press 1. See, in my perspective, it's how to get a person to believe he's the god of his own universe, because it's a cultic practice. It's a cultic alchemy. How to, using sounds, colors, feelings, and emotion. How to get you to believe in science. I mean, you got to see it in your mind, right? And what you see is what you believe, right? So you got to play sound in the mind. You got to play music in the mind, frequency, beat, tone, things of that nature. 10 years before the gay program, they was doing studies and tests all over the place. But one of the things they were doing, talking about the gateway process, is psychic driving. So when they talking about they had school and they went through this test, and okay, you went through psychic driving, which is what? A process in ham. Press 1. When young Pharaoh said he astral project and came out his body and his holographic, ham. Okay, but all of that is given to you by the CIA. I mean, they gotta admit it, because eventually somebody gonna tell it, right?
In 1957, the CIA begins funding the work of Canadian psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron after reading about his new and radical brand of psychotherapy.
You would basically put somebody to sleep with drugs for many, many, many days, give them massive doses of electric shock therapy, literally hundreds of times the normal dosage.
You know what electroshock is? Sound frequency in the brain, in the mind. Hours and hours and hours and hours of music.
And basically you would reduce the person literally to a vegetable, and you would basically put somebody to sleep with drugs for many, many, many days, give them massive doses of electric shock therapy, literally hundreds of times the normal dosage. And basically you would reduce the person literally to a vegetable. And the idea clinically was you would wipe out either delusions or depression or psychiatric symptoms, and then when the person came back to their normal self, which would take months and months and months, the psychiatric symptoms would be gone.
What if they never came back and got you? I'll replay that.
And the idea literally hundreds of times the normal dosage. And basically you would reduce the person literally to a vegetable. And the idea clinically was you would wipe out either delusions or depression or psychiatric symptoms, and then when the person came back to their normal self, which would take months and months and months, the psychiatric symptoms would be gone.
Okay. That's exactly what I meant by Universe 25. Nearly Fuller and how niggas is programmed. You got it? What if they never came back and got you? What if they left you there? Hit that like button and subscribe.
This kind of clinically induced amnesia is of special interest to
what? Amnesia.
The CIA. Dr. Cameron agrees.
The CIA need this. Why? Because they're going to do this to African Americans and leave them there.
This kind of clinically induced amnesia is of special interest to the CIA. Dr. Cameron agrees to take his treatment one step further. In addition to de-patterning his client, he would attempt to re-pattern in new thoughts and behaviors.
The CIA funded this experiment because if you could take a person who was an enemy agent, erase that personality and put in a new personality, you have a convert.
At the CIA's instigation, Cameron devises a 3-step brainwashing experiment.
The 3 parts consisted of, first, what he called depatterning, which was the use of LSD and intensive electroshocks. So that's phase 1, is wiping the slate clean. Second was trying to program in new patterns of behavior by playing tape-recorded messages hundreds and hundreds of thousands of times. The final phase was a 2 to 3 week period where Cameron would put patients to sleep using barbiturates to try to suppress any recollection of what...
Wow. Do you understand the science behind it, Ali? Just like they had to put people underground on their clone Tyrone. Exactly. You see it? Exactly. Okay, so in the hoods, the science of it was to do what? By the end of this year, you will know the who, what, where, when, and why. What was used? What science was used? And guess who the victim is? You are. You are. So you're the best people to ask these questions to. And then what happened? And then what happened? And unless you've been through this programming at Universe 25 of the Gate and the Gateway program, you grew up in the 80s with traumatizing authoritative Hitlers as parents, infusing the dosage of trauma that will cause you amnesia. Press 1. So it's not just at school. This is a worldwide gate. What do they call the gateway drug? Remember? This is a worldwide universal project. Okay? And they were studying this and paying and funding genetics or whoever these people are in Canada and foreign lands to come up and do as much testing as they could to create niggas. Now let's listen one more again.
In 1957, the CIA begins funding the work of Canadian psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron after reading about his new and radical brand of psychotherapy.
You would basically put somebody to sleep with drugs for many, many, many days, give them massive doses of electric shock therapy, literally hundreds of times the normal dosage. And basically you would reduce the person literally to a vegetable. And the idea clinically was you would wipe out either delusions or depression or psychiatric symptoms. And then when the person came back to their normal self, which would take months and months and months.
So you can wipe out an innocent child. You hear me? You can wipe the memories of any innocence with sound waves, drugs, music. Well, that's sound wave. Press 1. Inferiority. You can create a sleeper cell. Hell, you can create a gangbanger. Shit, you can create 2 gangbangers and make them hate each other. Because they forgot that when it was just a few years ago, it was all cousins and brothers and sisters. They wipe you clean and they didn't bring you back with a manly or masculine approach, a disciplined approach, a godly approach to life. No, they brought you back as a thug, as a gangbanger, as a criminal, an outlaw, outcast.
In 1957, the CIA begins funding the work of Canadian psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron after reading about his new and radical brand of psychotherapy.
You would basically put somebody to sleep with drugs for many, many, many days, give them massive doses of electric shock therapy, literally hundreds of times the normal dosage, and basically you would reduce the person literally to a vegetable. And the idea clinically was you would wipe out either delusions or depression or psychiatric symptoms, and then when the person came back to their normal self, which would take months and months and months, the psychiatric symptoms would be gone.
This kind of clinically induced amnesia is of special interest to the CIA. Dr. Cameron agrees to take his treatment one step further. In addition to de-patterning his client, he would attempt to re-pattern in new thoughts and behaviors.
The CIA funded this experiment because if you could take a person who is an enemy agent, erase that personality and put in a new personality.
I told you.
You have a convert. A convert.
You have a convert.
At the CIA's instigation, Cameron devises a three-step brainwashing experiment.
The three parts consisted of, first, what he called depatterning, which was the use of LSD and intensive electroshocks.
Okay. LSD is drugs, mushrooms, abominable fluid, embalming fluid. Press 1. That's that drink. That will wipe your brain. You won't remember nothing tomorrow. Well, 3 days, 5 days, because that shit, it lasts forever. Big Ali gives you monkey mind. Stars, planets, everything I told you, right? Right? Here it is, right here. This is where the gate program and the mind manipulation they did to us children, this is where this shit came from.
So that's phase one, is wiping the slate clean. Second was trying to program in new patterns of behavior by playing tape-recorded messages hundreds and hundreds of thousands of times. The final phase was a 2 to 3 week period where Cameron would put patients to sleep using barbiturates to try to suppress any recollection of what had been done to them.
Make sense? So where's your memory? This is what happened in Universe 25. This is all I've been trying to say the whole time. Is try to get to a point to understanding the black genocide, the 13th and 14th Amendment, the hypnotic, zombie-like state, dead state these people are in. What it took for these people to put us in this state. To where Ham is affiliated with your culture in black deaf music, and that's black and bliggity black, and that's your and that's who you are. And besides that, you's a slave. That came from Africa. Here, smoke this. Hit this. Expand your mind, Craig. Press 1. Time immemorial. You see young Pharaoh? You see these brothers out here talking about them chakras and this one and that one and this one and that one. Those are the teaching of that concept. It's all CIA. That's not real. See? This is CIA documents called the what project?
Everything.
The gateway process.
Around you isn't real in the way you imagine. What if instead reality is just a projection, an illusion shaped by your own mind? Imagine for a moment that the world we live in is like a hologram, something that isn't fixed or unchangeable, but a constant energetic movement interconnected with us in ways we can't see, but we can feel. This idea, far from being just a concept.
Are you dumb? Wake your dumb ass up. They put crack and drugs in your community to kill you. And you gonna think that's real? No, that's what the drug wants you to think. That you see blue and yellow, purple hills. And that none of it's real. None of it. It was all just one big holographic ass whooping. White people did. And Aryans. And taking over. And causing a great migration of all of our people. No. We passed that. Yeah, people flying to Pluto now. Girl, we got Teslas in space centers in the moon. That's not real. That's the world's illusion for a synthetic feeling that they doing something. And you know it's not real. If you don't know, get off of the LSD, but you can't.
Is beginning to gain visibility in modern science. Reality, as we know it, may be a dynamic energetic projection, formed and modified by the frequencies that our mind emits. Every thought, every emotion, is like a wave spreading across the universe.
So now you in the CIA's religion? Fuck it, because y'all believe the same thing, right? Just fuck it. Why don't y'all just press one? You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing. That's what they all in the CIA's religion just openly like, oh shit, they declassified it. No, nigga, they gave it to you. You got ham. You got Loki brain.
This is one of the most interesting reads I've come across. It's rather complex and takes a while to digest, but it's 100% worth it. It's an official declassified CIA document and a terrific analysis of consciousness and beyond, known as the Gateway Process. While it's an older document and has been declassified for a while now,
They don't want to say they did this to you at school. They don't want to say that.
Modern developments in science, quantum physics, psychedelics, and neurobiology confirm what's written within those pages is
alchemy. That's what it is. Alchemy and Antichrist science. See? Easy.
Nothing short of outstanding. It explains consciousness in a profound and analytical way, and
wow. Because the CIA is good people who just want to declassify great things.
Merges knowledge from mystics from Hindu.
Told you. So let's read it again. Turns out they got it from where? Mystics and Hindus.
Alex and neurobiology.
Look, everything we've been looking for. Right here on the screen. See? This is what they brought you into in Universe 25 and made their alchemical practices your spiritual belief system. But let's continue on.
Biology confirm what's written within those pages is nothing short of outstanding.
Tower of Babylon, the Tower of Babel, Nimrod. You guys are not Backyardigans. You guys are Nimrodians.
It explains consciousness in a profound and analytical way and merges knowledge from mystics from Hindu, Buddhist, and...
Look at Sputnik. This is called time and space historical fact manipulation.
Tibetan cultures to contemporary scientific knowledge.
Look at Albert Einstein right there. Antichrist looking at. Press one, and they supposed to be good people in your history, but it's all... Oh my goodness.
Blank distance, Einstein's theory of relativity, and the works of Niels Bohr. The cosmic spiral and torus is everything, and everything is one. It seems as though individual consciousness...
They needed to teach you that. That's why you believed it.
This is pulled from the collective consciousness using the frequency vibrations of the being. This applies to humans, whales, fungus, and amoeba. Mystics of past and present, including all ancient religions, understood these concepts thousands of years ago.
Yeah, in Babylon.
Still, it takes much to open the minds of the most pragmatic, self-conscious, and uptight people.
This is the first step along your path to a gateway. A gateway beyond which is discovery. Your own discovery of reality.
Huh? Here, they got us, didn't they, y'all? They got us, bro. They got us.
Of truth. Of who and what you are.
You all know who today's sponsor is, Skillshare. I initially joined Skillshare to take classes on video editing and then also found my video. 1. Introduction. In order to describe the Monroe Institute technique for achieving altered states of consciousness, the gateway experience,
Hypnotism.
involving brain hemisphere synchronization,
There's your black hole.
or hemisync, the most effective way to begin is to briefly profile the basic mechanics which underlay operation of related methods such as hypnosis, transcendental meditation, and biofeedback.
Hypnotize, I am God. How I look.
It is easiest to effectively describe what gateway is by beginning with a short description of those associated techniques that
You see the butterfly in the middle? That's Monarch. That's the Project Monarch. That's the Monarch butterfly that's in your brain. Look. Damn, you under mind control. Damn, I'm glad I put y'all in KevRow University. They under mind control. They under Monarch mind control. Under the...
share some common aspects with the gateway experience, but which are nevertheless different. In this way, we can develop a frame of reference at the outset, which will provide useful concepts to explain and understand gateway by comparison as we proceed. 5. Gateway and hemisync. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemisphere.
Then why didn't do nothing but destroy and beat down and fuck up my community?
So as to alter consciousness, moving it outside...
Gave all my people Greek gods and they left and right holographic memory. And Egyptian gods of the dead in their brain.
The physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers.
That's why y'all be saying y'all worship the universe and the omnipresent and the press one. Y'all be going all the way up them ladders in the Masonic cult just to know this.
What differentiates the gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the hemisync technique, which is defined in a monograph by Monroe Institute trainer Melissa Jager as a state of consciousness defined when the EEG patterns of both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency. Although hemisync seems to be rather rare and of only short duration in ordinary human consciousness, Melissa Jager states that audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce and sustain hemisync with the Institute's basic...
Remember now, you were children.
Focus 3.
In the delicate ages of when the mind begins to form, it makes sense of the world around him.
Tapes. She also notes that studies conducted by Elmer and Alice Green at the Henniger Foundation have shown that a subject with 20 years of training in Zen meditation could consistently establish hemisync at will, sustaining it for over 15 minutes. Dr. Stuart Twemlow, a psychiatrist and research associate of the Monroe Institute, reports, "In our studies of the effect of the Monroe tape system on brainwaves, we have found that the tapes encourage the focusing of brain energy. It can be measured as with a light bulb in watts into a narrower and narrower frequency band. The focusing of energy is not unlike the yoga concept of one-pointedness, which we may translate in Western terms as single-mindedness." Dr. Twemlow goes on to observe that as the individual gets into the tapes beyond Focus 3, there is a gradual increase in brainwave size, which is a measure of brain energy or power. 6. Lamp versus laser. Melissa Jager uses a metaphor to help clarify the process involved in the use of hemisync in the gateway experience. She points out that the human mind in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp, which expands energy in the form of both heat and light, but in a chaotic, incoherent way, which diffuses its energy over a wide area of rather limited depth.
Order out of chaos. Mind control.
On the other hand, the human mind under the discipline of hemisync acts in the fashion of a laser beam, which produces a disciplined stream of light. The stream of energy is projected with total coherence of both frequency and amplitude, such that the surface area of a laser beam contains billions of times the concentrated energy found in a similar surface area on the sun. Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are rendered coherent, it is possible to begin accelerating both, so that the human...
So the sun simulator will pretty much be laser designated, just like I said. Like, that has to be like the light of Lucifer designated, blah, 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 blah.
Mind is soon resonating at ever higher vibrational levels. The mind can then bring itself into synchronization with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly rarefied levels, is assumed to be capable of processing the information thus received through the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical sensory input to achieve meaning in a cognitive context. Such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as astonishing flashes of holistic intuition or even in the form of scenarios involving both visual and oral perception. The mechanics by which the mind exercises the consciousness function will be addressed in more detail later in this paper.
Remember, it's all in the mind. All of it.
7. Frequency following response. To achieve synchronization of brain hemispheres, the hemisync...
You see the depths they go into to control the mind?
Did you know that according to declassified documents, reality is actually a universal hologram? Cosmic consciousness is real. We live in an illusory matrix.
Okay, y'all hear this? They so sure. Why? Because they were told this. Pentagon babies versus babies, kids is real, nigga. I told this is the belief of the world. Listen.
Did you know that according to declassified documents, reality is actually a universal hologram? Cosmic consciousness is real. We live in an illusory matrix. Oh, and not only that, but you can prove it to yourself by leaving, by going out.
I'm sorry, y'all. There they go. By leaving and going out. Where? Into space. Using what? Your spirit. What the fuck is... How I'm going to do that? You got to go through these steps of initiation and listen to the frequency so your spirit can come up out of you. Like if you was dead, but you're not really, you in control because it's going to come back. What happened if my spirit don't come back? Well, it will come back. But it's... What if I have fun outer space?
Of your physical body. All of that and so much more in this reading from the endlessly fascinating Declassified Gateway Process paper. By the way, if you're just stumbling across this is part 2 of a full read-through of this document. But trust me, you're going to want to hear this part in particular because we cover all of the above curiosities and more in pretty significant detail. It does get somewhat scientific and technical at times, but the payoff, philosophically and spiritually even, is just immense. Before we get into it, if you've been watching the channel, you know that I myself did
I don't know what they did in Guantanamo Bay. What I'm saying is that's bullshit. And what they did to black people in America was very subtle. It was done, and it was done in a way that was very hypnotic and in a way that made them look like they were doing it. All while they were sleeper fucking cells for psychiatrists who had early prepared them in elementary school and junior high school. That's what I'm looking for. Damn them people at Guantanamo Bay. You must be from the military, so you helped them do it, Chris Cook. Press 1 classroom. Now look at Chris Cook. He in the military. Press 1, which makes him a fraternal brother. Hit that like button and subscribe. So you think that, oh, this is what they were doing over there. No, nigga, what I'm saying, they did this to niggas with drugs. Your brain should be here. They did this in the 80s with Ice Cube movies and Harvey Weinstein. Press, what? They did this. Stop thinking of outside. You must be a Pentagon, baby. See? If you a police officer, if your ass is in the military, your ass is a Pentagon, baby. Agent Smith, and that's what you are. You need to wake up. You think you on the good team? Sir, you think you human? Press 1 like in Terminator? Man, you are a machine designed to kill and destroy. Press 1. One thing. Destroy the baby's kids. But there was this great baby's kids prophecy. Press 1. No, don't run. Your ass was over there at Guantanamo Bay. You was over there.
Gateway retreat at the Monroe Institute a few months back. I'm going to resist the urge to elaborate upon that here because I did a whole video on it in which I shared the experience. And I also cover the frankly unbelievable history of all of this. Why the CIA, why the intelligence community was interested in psi phenomena, consciousness, and everything this paper...
Because they had to distract that baby's kids and the 80s baby and their leader from developing outside construct like the Word of God and have an external faith and start believing in their own fate, in their own science, that they are the decision maker if they want to believe or not. If they don't want to do the Lord's work or the law, then not. This is simple. The government knows. What was the government's main thing, black people? To stop the rise of the black Messiah. At what lengths do you think they will go through? Press 1.
Because I did a whole...
Quit acting scary and think.
...video on it in which I shared the experience. And I also cover the frankly unbelievable history of all of this. Why the CIA, why the intelligence community was interested in psi phenomena, consciousness, and everything this paper covers, and more. And with that, my friends, let's get back into the document. But before I forget, do like, subscribe, comment, share. The algorithm must be fed. Picking up where we left off, brain stimulation, point 9 on page 6. Bentov's biomedical model shows that this resonance is of considerable importance since it is directly transmitted to and impacts upon the brain. The resulting vibration is received and transmitted into the brain itself via the fluid-filled third left ventricles located above the brainstem. An electromagnetic pulse is then generated, which stimulates the brain to raise the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output. Just as Dr. Tremlow observed in his research on the effects of the hemisync tapes, also, the brain is contained in a tight membrane called the dura, which is, in turn, cushioned by a thin layer of fluid located between it and the skull.
Look, they got us, bro.
As the coherent resonance produced by the human heart in a state of profound relaxation reaches the fluid layer surrounding the brain, it sets up a rhythmic pattern in which the brain moves up and down approximately 0.005 to 0.010 millimeters in a continuous pattern. The self-referencing character of resonant behavior accounts for the body's ability to sustain this movement despite the minimal level of energy involved. In this way, the entire body, based on its own micro-motion, functions as a tuned vibrational system, which transfers energy in a range between 6.8 and 7.5 hertz into the Earth's ionospheric cavity, which itself resonates at about 7 to 7.5 hertz. Of this process, Bentov states, quote, "This is occurring at a very long wavelength of about 40,000 kilometers, or just about the perimeter of the planet. In other words, the signal from the movement of our bodies will travel around the world in about 1/7 of a second through the electromagnetic field in which we are embedded. Such a long wavelength knows no obstacles, and its strength does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything: metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up our bodies. It is the ideal medium for conveying a telepathic signal. Consequently, the gateway process is designed to rather rapidly induce a state of profound calm within the nervous system and to significantly lower blood pressure, to cause the circulatory system, skeleton, and all other physical organ systems to begin vibrating coherently at about 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. The resulting resonance sets up a regular repetitive sound wave which propagates in consonance with the electrostatic field of the Earth. Okay, so once again, this point about brain stimulation, fascinating. I have questions. Seems like a lot of this is based off of speculation. Not that it's not plausible, but... So again, this quote, I'm pretty sure, comes from Stalking the Wild Pendulum by Bentov. It sounds familiar to me. I think in the book he does provide some more evidence for this, but still, this relationship between brain waves and the electromagnetic field of the Earth is very, very interesting. Don't get me wrong, but I guess I would just love to see more evidence, or if this is something, again, that still holds up.
Yeah, because they took that and became gods and said, oh, we control the Earth? Yeah, like the moon cycles, like that. So just praise the moon so that the Earth is healed.
To modern scientific scrutiny. All right, point 10, energy entrainment. As the body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium, the specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy field surrounding the body, presumably by using energy from the Earth's field, which the body is now in training because of its ability to resonate with it. This puts the body's energy field into homogeneity with the surrounding environment and promotes movement of the seat of consciousness in...
It's like, why all... You know what it's really saying? You know what I just heard? You know what I just heard? The reason why all you niggas walk alike when we in the hood. You trying to look like who? You. You trying to look and act like... When Nip said he trying to find somebody when they out gangbanging and shit, and you looking for somebody to harm or do something bad to, you looking for a nigga who's like you. Walking like you, talking like you. It sounds awfully familiar to communicating with dead spirits. Well, if you're a Crip or a Pyru, is that what's happening when you're assuming the walk and the talk and start emulating the environment?
To me, I think in the book he does provide some more evidence for this, but still, this relationship between brain waves and the electromagnetic field of the Earth is very, very interesting. Don't get me wrong, but I guess I would just love to see more evidence, or if this is something, again, that still holds up to modern scientific scrutiny. All right, point 10, energy entrainment. As the body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium.
Told you. The music, while the body is in harmony, walking with the Buddha name.
The specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the... All right, point 10, energy entrainment. As the body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium, the specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy fields.
Told you. So you up the street bumping to a specific artist or listening to this one and that one, you're building up they saying frequency that it would take for you to actually become that? And this is what gangbangers is caught in.
All right, point 10, energy entrainment. As the body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium, the specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy field surrounding the body, presumably by using energy from the Earth's field, which the body is now in training because of its ability to resonate with it. This puts the body's energy field into homogeneity with the surrounding environment and promotes movement of the seat of consciousness into the surrounding environment.
The seat of the soul.
Partly in response to the fact that the two electromagnetic mediums are now a single continuum. Thus, the same process which moves the...
You start thinking that the hologram is real. You start thinking that that's you. That's your life. You start emulating the projection in the seat of the soul where the hologram is created. Damn. And you begin to think that you are Snoop Doggy Dogg, you Ice Cube, you this one. That's why they were done on those recording tapes, the music, and then the tracks.
The brain into focused coherence at steadily higher levels of frequency and amplitude.
So you're emulating what the seat of your soul, your mind, where your soul is. Look at that. The seat of the soul becomes and starts emulating. And the body starts to begin to emulate what it believes to be its environment. What was probably, so if you can put it like that, you can put it like that. Niggas really being like, this is the worst deal you can ever have. That psychologically, and then your environment is this, well, you're going to act accordingly. They have it down to a science. Press 1.
Brain analogous frequencies in the universe for data collection also promotes enhancement of bodily energy levels to a point adequate.
You change the frequency. You want a different outcome.
To permit the subject to experience an out-of-body movement when he is ready to do so. More will be said about this topic later. In addition, by resonating with the Earth's electromagnetic sphere, the body creates a surprisingly powerful carrier wave to assist the mind in communication activity with other human minds similarly tuned. Again, I come away from this point with similar feelings to point 9. And don't get me wrong, I'm not necessarily questioning anything specifically in terms of like if the method works. I guess I'm just questioning how they jump to these conclusions about the relationship between brainwaves, the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and consciousness. All right, point 11, consciousness and energy. Before our explanation can proceed any further, it is essential to define the mechanism by which the human mind exercises the function known as consciousness, and to describe the way in which that consciousness operates to deduce meaning from the stimuli which it receives. To do this, we will first consider the fundamental character of the material world in which we have our physical existence in order to accurately perceive the raw stuff with which our consciousness must work. The first point which needs to be made is that the two terms, matter and energy, tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two distinctly different states of existence in the physical world that we know. Indeed, if the term matter is taken to mean solid substance as opposed to energy, which is understood to mean a force of some sort, then the use of the former is entirely misleading. Science now knows that both the electrons which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus of the atom and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids.
Damn. Grid program, more oscillating energy grids, more niggas caught in the grid, fucked up in the gateway to hell, or the highway, whichever you want. All of it is mind control though. And all of it was done in the early. They're making it cool with all these 3D effects and all of this stuff. But it's really what they did to the African American male was insane.
Tonight, 2 Canadians who feel the past 20 years of their lives were damaged by the CIA tell their stories publicly for the first time. They believe they were part of a CIA project called MK Ultra.
Mm-hmm. You was too. You do know that, right? It's with Ice Cube, your favorite stars, who are emulating their gods. And that's who have control over you. Ice Cube. And the hip hop stars of the day.
CIA document from the 1980s.
You don't get it.
With this only grew stronger, leading to a shadowy mission in 1983, where additional officers were sent to the Monroe Institute with the intent.
I had to remember, like, you got to know all this to even understand how the Black Holocaust even happened. How our people was put into a false sense, a scientifical, mental asylum-like ran community.
Open your eyes and notice a particular color.
It's always this. It's always
Right
this.
here.
It's always these people and their acceptance to it. But we had no idea. I don't know what the parents knew.
And they were bringing me back in time, way back. At one point I almost felt like I was just about to be born, really, that far back in memory. And they were really, really probing, asking all kinds of questions, and I felt I didn't have any control. I had to answer. I didn't feel I had any control. I was completely, like they had complete control over me.
Mrs. Huard, like the others, was forced to pay for the so-called treatment.
Yeah, but I don't think it's this type of treatment. That's what's up. The real treatment, the real case studies are in the hood. Like in the movie They Clone Tyrone. That's why we are affected by this. And that's why we're caught and trapped in trauma. You know why? Because it's a psychological program that you were never released from and told about. So you're in it. And your children has been in it. Hello? Look, our professor, just mimic. As you said during both of your lives, They Clone Tyrone show and the Russian scientist show about the grid and mind control program. I'm so glad you understood that, Karen. God bless you, because I don't got long. I got to get off the internet. I'm so hungry. I got to eat something. This has just been in my head, and I've realized, like, a lot of people want to know how I how I went through my trauma and healed from a lot of different situations, and what am I into and how, because man, damn, knowing all this stuff. How do I know all this stuff? How? I didn't graduate no school. I couldn't in the gay program. How could I be in that? That's for gifted people. That's for y'all. That's for y'all who had A's and B's. For me, the gifted program came in the street. That's how I can relate to those who was taken advantage of in the GATE program. The very intelligent who always seen something wrong. You know what I'm saying? All right, whatever they went into, but those who were rejected by that never really wanted to get into too much. Just wanted a simple life. That's cool and got this as a degree or whatever. Those type of people I can relate to. No. How don't I got memory of when I was a child? I don't know. I can say that I lived in the same district. Everybody from my school, elementary school, went to the same junior high school. So me being a child, walking to school early mornings, that's crazy. Before the sun even came up in elementary, to get to Shirley Avenue Elementary is insane to me. Because I didn't go to Shirley Avenue Elementary. I went to Hyde Park Elementary. And I went to Horseman where everybody else got shipped to. With everybody else, and my friends is right there. They still around. But then there's the Shirley Avenue Elementary and the Sutter Junior High School. Is like, what the fuck shit is that? And Mrs. Lingle and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Somebody can help me with that type of shit because that's not supposed to be. I understand going to multiple schools per semester, but you don't do elementary and junior high school in South LA in the same district. Then go do elementary and junior high school 2 hours away in Winnetka, in fucking Willow Hills and shit. That's crazy. But that's the adventure that I'm on. I'm like, how? I'm inside my mind remembering different things. But above all that I gotta remember is we are 80s babies, and we grew up in that time where you had test tube babies, you had people being tested on, you had drugs, you had drugs being induced, and parents losing their kids like it was nothing, starting the CPS programs around them like that. Like where they said CPS was kidnapping kids, well, that was the perfect time in 1980 all the way up in that time, because that's when it was like, damn. So if anybody else out there had that type of experience as a child to where they remember two different elementaries and two different junior high schools, you just let me know and talk about that, because that's what adventure that I'm on personal in my personal life. KevRow University, shout out to the few people who do contribute to my shows. God bless y'all, and try to bring y'all this. But yeah, MK, Universal Mind Control, deals with the music. Everybody else got subsidized and taken advantage of, but they got paid because this is open. But they never got to you. What happened to you? They can't admit that they put the drugs in your community and then took you to prison, destroying Adam. They can't say that because that's big. That's big. They can't say this is why those people was drugged out. This is why the riots kicked off. Those were our boys. They were drugged out. They were taught that. KevRow University. If y'all like to contribute to this page, go to my Cash App. My cash tag is Gills Gang. I'm going to try my best to come back online. I'm just extremely hungry and thirsty. And as always, family,